to make use of the cash balances to finance the loan.
The main option had been to tap some of the 200 billion euros of Russian central bank assets frozen in the EU. But that scheme fell by the wayside when Belgium's PM pushed back. His country hosts the bulk of the assets and feared Moscow retaliation, in the courts or perhaps by other means. Ukraine's president said he understood the risk, but Ukraine faced bigger risks. Germany's chancellor called this decision a show of Europe's independence.
Wir wurden heute wirklich wurden geprüft.
Today, we were really put to the test. We were confronted with a question of whether we really understood the challenges of geopolitics, whether we really saw the provocations of a new world order, and whether we had anything to counter them with. And I want to say that the answer is a resounding yes.
The EU says Ukraine needs another 135 billion euros to stay afloat over the next 2 years, and the cash crunch could hit as soon as April.
With President Trump pushing to remake Washington, D.C. in his own image, the president's hand-picked board at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts now voting to add his name to the storied cultural institution and living memorial to the 35th president, John F. Kennedy. The center's website quickly updated to reflect the change.
I was surprised by it. I was honored by it.
The president overhauled the center's board in February, appointing allies who quickly installed him as chairman. A center spokesperson says the move recognizes the, quote, current chairman saved the institution from financial ruin and physical destruction, a reference to Congress allocating more than $250 million last summer for repairs and maintenance at the center, which opened in 1971. The center saying the vote was unanimous, but several members of Congress who are on the board but don't typically vote say they were shut out, including Democratic Representative Joyce Beatty.
I was not allowed to vote because I was muted. I would not have supported this.
Beatty and 5 other Democratic lawmakers on the board call the move illegal, saying in a statement, quote, federal law established the center as a memorial to President Kennedy and prohibits changing its name without congressional action.
Only Congress can rename the Kennedy Center. The wannabe king and his sycophantic minions can't do it.
Members of President Kennedy's family are condemning the change, including grandson Jack Schlossberg.
Trump may have notched another win tonight. It just wasn't one for the country. It was for himself.
And Kennedy's niece, Maria Shriver, calling the move, quote, downright weird, adding, perhaps President Trump will want to rename the Lincoln Memorial the Trump Lincoln Memorial. Carrie Kennedy saying her uncle, quote, proudly stood for justice, peace, equality, dignity, diversity, and compassion for those who suffer. President Trump stands in opposition to these values. Since the president's takeover of the Kennedy Center, the Washington Post reports that ticket sales for the center's 3 largest venues have plummeted to levels not seen since the pandemic, with 43% of tickets, those are tens of thousands of seats, remaining unsold just since September. The Post says it analyzed ticketing data from dozens of shows along with credit transaction data. NBC News has not independently verified those numbers. Savannah?
Garrett Hake from the White House. Thank you.
On Thursday, U.S. President Donald Trump's social media company announced an unusual $6 billion merger with TAE Technologies, a Google-backed nuclear fusion firm.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition. A Friday edition, the end of the week. They told me when I would be doing this that once, we got into like the holiday season and President Trump was elected, things would be quiet. You'd take Fridays off, go hang out by the pool, get on a boat, do some stuff. And then I announced my schedule. I said, I'm going to go every day, twice a day, but then I'll take Fridays, one show, and then take Saturday and Sundays off. That was the plan. I understand Glenn Beck announced today was his last show until the new year. I don't have that luxury. I wake up and I get texts from Ashley, and the texts from Ashley tell me, hey, Trump's going on at 1 o'clock. And I'm like, I hadn't planned on doing anything until this evening because we have a big rally tonight. We have a rally tonight. If you guys haven't joined us for a rally, it's a one-of-a-kind thing that's actually more than one of a kind. We have a great time talking, going back and forth, watching Trump in his element, his mainline element, where he gets to feed off the people in front of him. And then we find out he has something to say today. You cannot underestimate, you can't even plan, because you never know when he's going to say, turn on the cameras. I got something to say. Yesterday was kind of funny. He wasn't supposed to go on camera at the 1 o'clock event, but he was supposed to go on camera at the 6 o'clock event. But then he decided to go on camera for the 1 o'clock event, and he didn't go on camera for the 6 o'clock event. This man keeps us on our toes constantly. And you got people on the left going out there screaming and saying, oh, he's lost a step. His fastball's not as good anymore. He's declining. They can't do what he does. Do you know how hard it is just to keep up with this guy? It's amazing. So, as I mentioned, we've got a 1 o'clock announcement from President Trump that I believe is about prescription drugs. Who knows what else he may include. I'm sure he'll take some questions from the press. And then tonight, the big event, he goes on stage at 9. I'm going to go live at 8 p.m. and we're going to broadcast his rally from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. So today, if he's on time, fine. If not, I've got some content I can show you guys as well. But busy day for a Friday, yet a busy day. So I want to begin while we're waiting for President Trump. I think I can get a couple segments in. I want to talk to you about a color revolution. Many people have bandied that term about. You may have heard it before yourself. What exactly is a color revolution? And I saw something, I think it was last night, and this is Jesse Waters, and he's talking about the seditious six. So I want to bring this to you.
So I talked to 2 CIA officers who said that this is a part of a larger hoax, and what they're doing here is they're trying to condition the country to prepare for something bad that's about to happen at the hands of Donald Trump. It's straight out of the CIA playbook. It's a destabilization operation where you get people to mistrust each other.
And so in addition to what the seditious six are doing, you're seeing this everywhere. And I see some big name accounts just falling down and saying it's over. It's over. There's no way he can win. The midterms are lost. And what I think is they're actually executing, if not part of the Democrat color revolution, I think they're executing a color revolution of their own on the right. And I say that because I really think at this point, some people realized, or they should have known, that President Trump wasn't going to be on the ballot in 2028. And so what I think is happening in the background is a lot of people are now turning and getting ready to do their alignment with another person to get behind. They're going to abandon ship now so that they can get behind X candidate for 2028. And so they're trying to distance themselves from MAGA because I don't think they believe MAGA is going to survive once Trump is gone. I think they're making a big mistake, and doing something like that this early is now letting people see who you really are. Who do you really support? It's not America. Definitely not MAGA. Obviously, you were on board with Trump just for a little while, just to get what you needed to get. But now what we're clearly seeing is people beginning to go arm's length. They don't want to be a part of the Trump administration, which is weird because in doing so, they are coming together with the people on the left. They are actually helping the candidates, the media, the Democrats on the left point fingers at Trump. It is a color revolution. And the thing with it is you guys have to recognize it. There may be people you follow. There may be people you followed for quite some time that you like and you trusted. But I don't know how you can continue to trust them, seeing how fickle they are, how they have turned the corner and have decided, yeah, I don't think Trump's that guy. I think he's lost a step. It's disgusting to me because I trusted some of these people. You know, today AmFest is going on, and I asked everybody yesterday in a poll, would you like me to show some of what's going on in AmFest? I think it was like 70% of the people did, and so I'll show, you know, if we have time, maybe before the rally, I'll show you some of AmFest. But I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling comfortable with what's going on with this stuff. Erica Kirk yesterday, God bless her and everything she's gone through. She came out and said she supports Trump and she wants to help get J.D. Vance elected. And I thought it was odd. I thought the timing was very odd. And that timing to me was as I watched it with you guys last night. And I'm thinking, why are we talking about getting J.D. Vance elected in 2028? Why are we even looking at it as a focus right now? Why are we even thinking, you know what, we're going to have to make sure we get J.D. Vance elected? As of right now, as you're watching this video, and if you're watching it on replay, J.D. Vance isn't even a nominee for 2028. So by her saying that, she is telling everybody on stage, this is where we're going to go. When I personally believe every focus right now, the entirety of the focus needs to be on Trump and MAGA. We don't even need to be looking at 2028. You know why? Because if Trump doesn't get done what he needs to get done and people don't support what he needs to get done, it doesn't matter who's running in 2028. It doesn't matter even this much. They will do whatever it takes. If there's no voter ID, there is no 2028. If we don't get these newcomers out of here, there is no 2028. So instead of sitting back and saying, yeah, you know, we're going to push for Trump, but we're going to make sure J.D. Vance gets elected in 2028. And I'm thinking to myself, you know something I don't? Is there, as much as I love J.D. Vance and as much as I support J.D. Vance right now as the vice president, There's no telling who the nominee will be in 2028. Nobody has that crystal ball that says 2028 is going to be J.D. Vance. The biggest influence on 2028, which may be why people are starting to abandon him, is because the biggest influence on 2028 will be Donald Trump. God bless him that he's here in 2028, if any of us are here in 2028, but his voice, his pick, his selection endorsement is what we're going to see happen. And so I'm asking myself, well, what if, two things. What if he doesn't endorse J.D. Vance? Number two, what if he's got a plan and there's something, because you heard Miriam Adelson, if you were watching my show the other night, she got up on stage at the Hanukkah event and said, I've been talking to, that guy, Alan, and about, there's a way for you to run in 2028. He's like, hey, Ixnay, don't go there. Don't let this out yet. What if Trump plans on running in 2028? What if he plans on challenging things in terms of he can't run again? Who's going to oppose him trying to take the nomination for 2028? Perhaps all these influencers? Perhaps all these people who are now saying Trump's done, we can't win? Are they trying to send a message? Don't even try it. Nope, go away. We already have J.D. Vance as our nominee in 2028. And God knows I am not besmirching Erica Kirk. I can't even imagine what this woman has gone through. Can't even comprehend if something like that happened to Robin. So please don't at me and start saying things in the chat about Barry's going after Erica Kirk. Not at all. Not at all. I put every blessing I can on her and her family after what happened to her husband. My question is, did something come out the mouth yesterday that gives fuel to what we're seeing? Because none of this stuff makes any sense. And then all of a sudden, yesterday on stage, she's like, I'm going to do everything I can to get J.D. Vance elected in 2028. And it just struck me. It just struck me. Maybe it wasn't her intention, but the words did come out of her mouth, and it came out of her mouth in 2025 while President Trump is still in office. And so that's on the right. And then on the left, we have them doing everything and anything, legally, other means, to take Trump out of future elections. And I don't for the life of me understand how we're fighting friendly fire at the same time we're fighting the people on the left. So I think this color revolution, as Jesse is going to describe it, goes much, much deeper.
And you do this because she's an analyst. And as an analyst, she would make sure what propaganda operations were successful, which ones weren't. So she knows what works. So the first part of the video, you establish authority. I'm CIA, I'm military, you need to trust us. Second part of the video, they introduce the threat, and the threat's not foreign, the threat's domestic.
All right, so as he's describing this, the first thing you have to do is you have to claim authority. And Elise Slotkin and Mark Kelly were claiming authority. Elise Slotkin, yeah, I used to be in the CIA. I know what I'm talking about. Mark Kelly, yeah, I was in the Army. I know what I'm talking about. And on the right, you have people claiming authority there. I'm not going to name any names, but you probably already know who they are, claiming authority. I am the big podcaster. I am that woman, that guy. I know what's happening, and we need to make sure Donald Trump's, it's awful. He's falling off his game. You're seeing it over and over. Some very big names are claiming authority as if they are in the inner circle, as if they know. They are doing exactly as the Democrats are. No different. Then stage two.
Threats Donald Trump. And then at the end, they introduce the solution. What's the?
All right. Number one, I claim authority. Number two, I identify the threat. Well, over here, the Democrats are identifying the threat as Donald Trump. He's doing way too much. He's out of control. he's a threat. And on the right, it's the same thing. We don't like what he's doing. He's not doing enough. Pam Bondi hasn't arrested anybody. And Dan Bongino got chased out. And Kash Patel is ineffective. It's a threat. And I'm looking back and going, wait a second. They're doing exactly the same thing. There is literally no difference. First, I'm an authority. Two, the threat is Trump. For one way or the other, the threat is Trump, and everything around Trump is bad. If you agree, let me know so far, okay? Now, number 3, what's the third part of a color revolution?
Solution, you resist, you say no. But they don't give an option. They say this is an obligation for you to do. Now,
All right, so the third part is coming up with a solution. And that solution is you have to do this. This is what we think should happen. You have to support what we believe is the solution. I understand the people on the left, they want to get rid of Trump. The solution on the right is the exact same thing. The people who are talking crazy out there are saying the exact same thing. Trump's going to lose the midterms. Oh, this isn't what I voted for. We need to get somebody else in there. I don't think he'll finish this term. Light bulbs should be going off in your head right now, because if you understand the process of a color revolution and you understand the steps, and there's a lot of stuff in between, 1, I'm authority. I'm the big cheese. Listen to me. 2, here's a threat. We got to do something about this threat. And number 3, here's the solution that we have for that threat. It's weird. It's very weird that people who want the same thing on different sides are actually doing the exact same executionary process. They are executing a color revolution against MAGA. And if you really think, say Barry's back poop crazy, if you really sit back and think and go through the influencers and go, yeah, I've heard them say we got to do something else. He's not the guy. He's not. Don't take my word for it. Go look and hear what they're saying. One by one. And they keep showing themselves. I keep tweeting to it. I'm like, here's another one. Here's another one. Oops, there's another one. Why? Why are you people who are having such an issue with President Trump doing the exact same thing as the people on the left?
Is being run, because she didn't come up with this herself. She's a Brennan acolyte, and you usually don't have congressmen and senators doing anything together. They kind of hate each other. So in order to organize this had to have had some sort of handler telling her what to do. And
interesting. So Lee Slotkin, low-level CIA, she's not the John Brennan, she's not Clapper. So obviously somebody had to tell her, this is what we want you to do. We need you to do this. We need you to put these people together. Hey, go make this stupid video. Put all this together, and this is how we're going to execute it. Somebody had to do the exact same thing on the right. It's uncanny how so many people are doing exactly the same thing. They're posting over and over and over, telling you what they feel about Trump and MAGA and how things don't look good. Well, I'm here to tell you, I don't believe MAGA has been stronger than it is right now. Don't let a bunch of high-profile people try to talk you off your game. I saw one of the comments, people were like, yeah, I got a mind of my own. You do. I do. There's a lot of people out there that don't. There's a lot of people who follow the crowd and just listen and soak it up. And it's too late once they're entrapped. That's my concern. My concern is that there are a lot of vulnerable people out there who can probably recognize it on the left and like, that doesn't look right, but they don't recognize it on the right. See, they'll pause and have a little bit of a thought. Is he right? Could that be? Yeah, I believe that could be a problem. And then they'll come up with the solution. Who's the solution? I'm going to do everything I can to get J.D. Vance elected in 2028. It struck me. I mean, it was striking. Why in the hell are we even talking about 2028? There will be no 2028, but yet there are people sectioning off and getting behind a certain horse. That's going to be my horse in 2028.
It was risky because nothing like this has ever been done in the history of the country. And you can even tell because the media was skeptical and they couldn't answer the question. So they hadn't even been read in on the operation. You see them fumbling and stumbling. And I'm glad that the U.S. military is now investigating this guy, Kelly, because this is what we expect from Donald Trump 2.0. You can't have the deep state interfering with a duly elected presidency and get away with it. You got to draw the line in the sand and you have to make examples out of people.
Exactly. But I don't think it's just on the left. I think President Trump, Stephen Miller and a couple people in there are recognizing what's happening. It's by no accident that we see pollsters doing some crazy stuff. I'm sure the Trump administration sees him like, what in the hell is this guy talking about? Why is every single post, seemingly every single post, negative about us? I think maybe not today, maybe not tonight at the rally, but what I think happened the other day, was it the 17th? Was that President Trump was making a quiet disclosure of what is probably a war that has already, you're waiting for this one? Ended. See, a lot of people are waiting for the war in Venezuela to begin. A lot of people are waiting for a war here civilly to begin. I might be crazy, but what I think is happening is that he now realizes whatever his plan is, they don't call me, but I think the war has already ended. And people don't recognize what he's done. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a continuity of government. It's a status report that's delivered once to the American people. It describes the threshold of readiness in case something happens. He walked out there the other night and he looked at a nation that seemingly is teetering on collapse. And he went through point by point by point. And he revealed the rot, the systemic rot that Democrats were trying to put on all of us. Everything that Biden had did that the media doesn't want you to hear, and he made them show it. And we've seen certain executive orders being signed in the last week. If you haven't, executive orders and proclamations, I say last 2 weeks. You go all the way back to when we were talking about the Monroe Doctrine, to fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, to Venezuela or Maduro's regime being a terrorist organization. You can see the unification of the military behind Pete Hegseth. You can see border operations, as he mentioned, coming to basically turn the entirety of the spigot off. He was describing mission accomplished. And people were thinking this is just what, he was doing. He was telling all of us, in my mind, that he has restored power back to the people. As you were listening, rifle through these numbers, boom, da boom, da boom, da boom, and he was going so fast, and people were like, what's wrong with him? Because he had to get it out before they cut him off. But he talked about 0 border crossings, 0. Mission accomplished. That's ended. It's not beginning. It's over. He's talking about the cartel collapse and what he's doing in terms of surrounding Maduro. That's basically over. You realize it. He's still, as of yesterday, I posted, I can't show it here, but more bombs are more boats are being blown up out of the water. You can't come here anymore. They've effectively stopped what was happening in regards to shipments coming in. Surrounding tankers, and I guess this morning he said we're going to seize a few more. 8 wars resolved with a D, resolved, over, done, finished. Mission accomplished. Wars ended. Inflation reversed. It's dropping. Wages rising. Energy unleashed. Drilling, baby, drill. Gas prices falling. That's probably the most important cog in this wheel, is having low energy prices. Destroying Obamacare, even though that Band-Aid is going to be very hard for people to rip off. I was getting like free stuff. Nope, ain't going to happen anymore. You're done. We're not going to give the insurance companies all this money. It's done. Yeah, I know there was some vote in the House the other day. They're going to talk about, but he'll never sign it. And he now knows they do not have enough to override his veto. Obamacare is done. Just so you understand, when I'm saying resolved, completed, accomplished, all the stuff you're hearing on the news about, subsidies and we got to redo it and we're going to have a vote, it doesn't matter. He already knows if they do stupidly pass something, there's no way they're going to have enough to override his veto. It's done. If you're on Obamacare and you're working and you have the money to pay for your own insurance, you better get ready. Mission accomplished. Industrial and manufacturing sovereignty restored. In fact, this morning they mentioned that another company from Korea is coming back to the United States and spending like $6 or $8 billion. Tariffs, functioning as the financial engine of a new national architecture. And that's the one thing I think he's worried about, is what is the Supreme Court going to do? Are they going to overturn his tariff structure, what he's been doing? If they do, he's going to have go with plan B. If they don't, Katie bar the door. It's over. We may not even be paying income taxes in 2027. And what does all of this mean when you look at it collectively? What it means collectively is the Democrats have nothing to run on. If 2026 is going to be as he thinks, as Howard Lutnick thinks, as Scott Bessent thinks, as Kevin, I forget Kevin's last name, if all these people who are smiling on CNBC go, it's about to take off. If 2026 happens as they are designing it, Democrats have nothing. The people on the right have nothing. Because if things happen the way he's got it lined up, if he runs, he will win. And if he doesn't run, his endorsee is going to destroy everybody. I hope it would be J.D. Vance, but I don't know. And so understand, I'm thinking December 17th, when he gave that speech, was not telling you we're working on stuff. He was saying mission accomplished. Let me be the first person to tell you, if you haven't felt it yet, mission is effing accomplished. Anybody who's saying they're feeling the pinch, things are still too expensive, why the mission is accomplished is because of what he's planning in 2026 that he did basically planned this year. It's going to explode. I don't have a crystal ball. Nobody does, but I can see the vital signs. You go to a hospital emergency room, they check your blood pressure, they check your pulse and your oxygen thing on the finger. You put the temperature in your mouth, all these different things. Those are your vital signs. Notice that nobody in the media is talking about the vital signs of the economy and the country. And then top it all off, he just put a wall on the Western Hemisphere and said, don't come in here. This is ours. We got all this right here. Don't come here. And now what we're seeing is more and more of the Somali stuff come out, how much they've been stealing. And probably the cherry on this whipped cream at this point is today they announced officially, no conspiracy theory left remaining, the election was stolen. You probably don't know if you haven't checked X. Now, I've got Fox on right there. Don't see anything. Check CNN. I play the headline news before we get on. Nobody's talking about it. But Joe Biden won Georgia in the middle of the night by 11,000 votes. When we went to bed, it was done. We woke up, Joe Biden had won. Here we are, 5 years later, and they just disclosed 315,000 votes were fake. 5 years after the 2020 election, they just announced 315,000 votes were fake. You saw Fannie Willis rake through the coals. The DOJ this morning sued the state of Georgia. If you're not seeing the periphery of what's happening, you're missing. You're missing the story. It's over. It's done. It's sort of like, I don't know if you guys, I used to watch a lot of kung fu and martial arts movies back in the day. I guess most of us young black kids did. We used to love watching Bruce Lee. I love watching Bruce Lee so much that anytime I got into an argument with an Asian kid, you talk about stereotypes. I was like, I know I'm big. I ain't messing with you because you're going to kick me upside my head. That's how much I used to watch Bruce Lee. But Bruce Lee used to do something. He had some sort of, some sort of punch or hold where he could do it to you and you don't even know you're dead yet. And the guys would keel over. I remember asking a guy who trained me, I'm like, is that real? Yeah. If you hit that heart artery underneath the chest cavity and do it, they're going to die and they don't even know it yet. That's what just happened. I don't know what that maneuver is called. I should have titled the video that Bruce Lee maneuver, but Democrats are dead. They just haven't fallen over again. The media, dead. They just haven't fallen over again. President Trump spoke that speech as a president who's already executed the operation, and he's now just showing you and the rest of the world, yep, I did it. It's all done. Here's all the stuff I did. That was the moment in my mind that he confirmed that the hidden phase is over and America has already begun its return to the destiny sealed when? 1776. You find that kind of odd? Returning to the seal of destiny of 1776 and then giving the military checks for 1776. The end of 2025 is upon us, and that 2025 end is basically the turning of the calendar and the expiration of the niceness. We're done playing around with you Democrats. We're done playing around with you other countries in the world. It's over. The newcomers, having to parse my words here the right way, the newcomers, watch what happens in 2026. You know who's been quiet? I told you before. Tulsi Gabbard's been quiet. Ratcliffe has been quiet. Even to a certain extent, Tom Homan's been kind of quiet. And I believe what you're going to see is a massive operation of getting people out of this country. He gave you an entire year from January 20th when he was inaugurated until December 31st. Get out. I'll even pay you to get out. I'll even fly you to wherever you want to go. Now, niceness is over. You didn't take the plane trip. You didn't do what we asked you to do. And now you're going to have to go. The grace period has expired. And I'm pretty sure by January 20th, 2026, we are going to see a massive uptick in deportations. You had an entire year of the Trump presidency to take the strong hit and get the hell out of here, and you didn't. So now, as my mom used to say, Now you're going to have to feel. You got no excuses. This is where it begins over again. And I want you to go through all of the different things, all the way back to January. Cutting off USAID, money. Cutting off the Department of Education, money. Cutting off SNAP and food and welfare, money. The cutting off of fraudulent Section 8 and housing welfare, money. The eviction from all government-controlled housing, money. I'm saying all this because I went and researched and I went, wait a second, man. Do people realize this? Everything's already been done. And if you want to challenge anything I've said, better go look it up, because I had to go look it up. I went, done, done, oh, done. You are going to see, in my estimation, this is where my conjecture, as I'm waiting the screen, you're going to see never before seen levels of absolute hysteria from the fake news. And you're going to see absolute levels of hysteria you've never seen from some people on the right. They don't want, and they are not prepared for the level of success that America is entitled to receive. See, that's the problem. You know, yesterday somebody said something to me in chat, and they said something that must be nice to have money. And many people would recoil. Many people would, I shouldn't answer them. And I'm like, F you, it's really nice. It's absolutely nice. I wish it upon you. I'm always talking prosperity. I don't want anybody to feel bad about money. Go get some. We have to be as comfortable talking about victories as some people are about failure. Maybe it's just the way I was brought up. Maybe because I got trophies and awards and stuff at a young age, 7, 8, and 9. I was winning trophies back when you had to earn them. And so when I look at stuff that I've earned now, and I'm like, why should I be hiding it? If my wife wants a new car, if this happens or that happens, or I want to open a new studio, effing right, yeah, it does feel good. If it feels good for you to tell people that you're broke, it should be okay for me to tell you if we're doing well. It's not arrogance, it's truth. And so right now, what we're going to see, in my estimation, in 2026 is the United States going, yeah, I got it. I got it like that. I got it like that. America is number one. It's not a bad thing. We can't shy away from that. I encourage all of you to begin feeling like, well, yeah, this feels good. It feels good to be on top. It feels good to be white. It feels good to be black. It feels good to be Hispanic. No more shying away from anything. Let them go and have their absolute hysteria. I want you to feel whatever it is that you feel pride in, be that person. Don't shy away from it. You've been doing yourself a injustice. You deserve it. How many people have ever told you, you deserve what you get? And America, in my mind, deserves what it gets. We're going to see entire families not just being evicted from illegally occupied housing, but they're going to have to go away and everyone's going to scream. And that's going to cause things to even drop down here. Let them cry. It's okay to say, yeah, you got to go. You've got to get out of here. You don't belong here. I am so sick of the media gaslighting, and now I'm beginning to get sick of the people on the right doing that same type of gaslighting. We have been victims of tyranny. We have been victims of theft. We have been victims of being relegated to bottom of the totem pole. And I don't mean any disregard to Native Americans. I want us to be top. I want us to be top. Donald Trump wants us to be top, and he's getting it done, whether they like it or not. Waiting to see. No, he's a little bit late. Of course he is. All right. So anyway, that's what I have to say about it all. I just think there's a Christian song, the battle's already been won. And that's how I truly feel about what we're seeing right now. I think the battle has been won. We got some triage to do. There's some people wounded. There's some things that need to be fixed, but the battle is over. Have you ever been, no, maybe you haven't, but if you haven't played football, you win a game, and then the very first thing a coach says to everybody in the locker room, very first thing, anybody hurt? Anybody need attention? And back in the day, some kids felt that it was bad to say, I need some attention, because it meant, somehow it came across that you were weak. Well, now, as you got better and older and different teams and different levels, you realized it's important for you to say, I need attention. I need some help. Because you hurt the team if you can't perform at the top of your ability. I don't know if you watch football games, you'll see guys tap their helmet, and what they're saying is, I need rest. Get me out of here. And the next man up runs out there. It might be for one play, it might be for a quarter. I need some help. So right now I need you, if you need help, start tapping your helmet and let the Trump administration know, I need some help. Because the team can't win if we're down people who aren't, able to perform at a high level. And right now I'm seeing a lot of these people on social media to the point where it kind of concerns me. Well, I just think that we're better than this, and we are. I mean, let me, like I said, let me be the first person to tell you, you're better than this, and you deserve the success. So it's 1:17. Of course, President Trump is late. Let me go ahead and play this promo, and I'll be right back in. How long is this? 1 minute.
If you'd like to join our private group on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join 18,000 fellow patriots. It's a safe space for patriots as it's curated and moderated. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/group. One more thing, if you'd like to be a part of the show, submit a 60-second video by going to fanfareshop.org/submit video. Last, but certainly not least, if you'd like to request a free Bible, please go to fanfareshop.org/Bible. We have a long list, but we're getting them out as soon as we can. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/Bible. Thanks for being a part of the Fanfare family. Now back to the show.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I am going to just let you guys know, Ashley and the family are coming down here for Christmas. So they're due here next Friday. They will be here next Friday. Let me just check. Nope, not yet. And when they get here that Friday, they get here early in the morning Friday. I may do a show Friday early evening, but before we go out to dinner, and then probably nothing on Saturday and Sunday. But Christmas week, yeah, I'll be around. Robin and I are here. We already live in paradise, so it's not like we're flying away. So most people would probably take the week off. My thing is, she might get tired of me hanging out and say, just go do a show or something. So we will probably be seeing each other next week. I'm not going anywhere. So I'm figuring even though things will slow down, I figure we can get together and still have some shows. So with that being said, let me take a few comments. Barry, do you still have, where'd that go? Okay, somebody asked me, are you still doing movie nights? Yes, I hadn't had the chance to do a couple because Trump is so busy, and then I got sick for a couple of days, and so I missed like maybe a week of being able to actually do a second show. I didn't have it in me to do the second show to do a movie night, but yeah, we can do a movie night. Let's see, Monday night we'll do a movie night because we got the rally tonight. Going to take Saturday and Sunday off and maybe do something. I'll maybe post some videos. And then Monday we'll do a daytime show and then we'll do an evening show. We'll do a movie night. Yeah. If you haven't seen It's a Wonderful Life, I still got that on tap. We can show that. There's a couple other things. By the way, this is the first weekend where I've seen Trump's schedule, and his schedule is nothing Saturday, nothing Sunday. That's how it is right now. But as you know, things change quickly. Nope, I'm looking up to see. When you see me looking up here in the new studio, I've got a giant monitor up there where I can see if President Trump or something is breaking, so I can just jump to it. So that's my big screen up there. But yes, they better not cut off HUD. I would have never voted for him. If he does that, I will be pissed. You're not paying attention. The things that are being cut off are the things that are being used fraudulently. If you qualify for whatever issue that you personally may have, you're still going to get it. So if you've gotten HUD, I assume you might be talking about Section 8. If you're getting Section 8 and you're getting it legally because you need it, it is something that you have to have, otherwise you can't have housing, yeah, you're still going to have it. So everything that he's cutting is based upon people, and I've always had the asterisk. If somebody has a mental incapacitation or a physical incapacitation, you're still going to get the benefits because nobody is casting aside people who don't have the ability to do certain things. I would never advocate for anyone to lose any benefits if they are physically or mentally incapable of doing something. And I don't think anybody in the chat would have a problem with that. That is specifically what these programs were made for. The programs were designed to help people who need a hand up, not a hand out. And even some of them were designed to be short term, but if it's a long term thing and you need to have that HUD subsidy, then I think everybody in the chat would gladly make sure our tax dollars were paying for that. So I wouldn't worry about HUD going away if it's something that you specifically need and have the challenges that require it. I could be wrong. Maybe there's people in the chat like, nope, I don't want to give anybody anything, but I'm not one of those people. I would gladly help people in need. Well said, 100% agree that this is God's mission, is to be happy and where you are and strive to create your own happiness and freedom. You see, I've never really, I don't want to be involved with churches that speak prosperity by saying, give me your money. I mean, that's one of the problems. Some of you guys might follow Joel Osteen. Nope. What was the black guy's name? Robin used to laugh at him. Cash Flow Dollar. That's what his name was. Cash Flow Dollar. You ever see him preach? I don't think it, dude. Did you really is your name really Cash Flow Dollar? And you're in a pulpit? Are you serious? I couldn't do it. Cash Flow Dollar. Oh man, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see here. What do I got here? SV. Okay, here. What's going on in New York that I'm hearing people blame Trump and saying their heating is jumping up? Well, It's a blue state. And just like with gas, and I told you, go see how much the taxes are that the individual state, municipality, county are tacking on to the oil, the gas, whatever it is. If you don't know what your baseline is, they're going to stick you. They are definitely going to stick you if they have the opportunity. So if fuel prices in the Northeast are going up, they might want to investigate it and not look at the price that they're paying, but how did the price get to that point? And it's funny, like I told you guys yesterday, Creflo Dollar. I called him cash flow. Creflo Dollar. That's his name. Creflo Dollar. Give me your dollar. I told people yesterday, somebody had posted that Taco Bell was charging $5 a piece for a soft taco. I was like, you're lying. I mean, we're here in Boca, and I'm like, it's $2. You got to find out the reality of the situation. So if people up north were saying something's cost too much, just tell them. Go look and see how much is the price. How much is right now? You guys should know that oil is $52, $54 a barrel. So if it's that low, and this is, let me get rid of the Creflo Dollar. If you know at this point that oil prices are down, way down. It was like 90 bucks a barrel, and sometimes it was 100, and now it's like 54, 55. And yes, it does take some time before the oil gets transported and then put in a truck and driven to a certain refinery or whatever. But by now, you should be paying a lot less for oil and gas. If you're not paying a lot less for oil and gas, you have to imagine why. Somebody's doing something artificially. Because if I drive from here and show you what we're paying here in Boca, and you're not paying less than that, something is really wrong. And so every time I hear people say, I think I'm going to do something. If I can get a hidden camera, I may go through the grocery store and ask people, what are the grocery prices like? How do you feel about these grocery prices? Because what you're seeing on television is an illusion. What you're seeing in the media is an illusion. Yesterday, I showed a video where ABC News was complaining because the price of sirloin steak was too high. Steak has always been considered a luxury. It's not just something that everybody buys. That's what I think some of the problem is. Some of the problem is maybe you can only afford Spam. Maybe you can only afford Hamburger Helper because this is too expensive. Don't get me started on this affordability BS. Everything has always been unaffordable. You get that? Everything has always been unaffordable for somebody. There are people who couldn't buy Coke because Kool-Aid was only, 19 cents for a packet. The Coke was too expensive. And I didn't hear people complaining about affordability then. Affordability is just, and I think I understand where President Trump's coming from by saying affordability is nonsense, is because things have always been unaffordable. Think about it. When you were growing up, there were probably things that you said, Ma, can I get that? No, you can't have that. We can't afford that. But you did okay, didn't you? I remember when I was playing ball and I was like, man, I got to have these new Nike cleats. No, you're going to get the Pumas. Why not? We can't afford that. We were taught there were certain things you can't afford. I turned 16. Can I get a new car? Nope. Why? We can't afford it. Yeah, it's a learned attribute to be able to say, I can't afford it. I remember my first phone. What was your first cell phone? Your first cell phone was probably that brick like they used to have in Miami Vice. And how many people had the brick? No, because they couldn't afford it. Saying you couldn't afford something wasn't a bad word back then. The affordability argument and what's being put out there is basically subversive communism. We all couldn't afford things. I'm pretty sure there's ladies right now watching this and went back when, what was her name? Brooke Shields was doing the Calvin Klein jeans and said nothing comes between me and my Calvin Kleins. They were trying to run to the mall and get some Calvin Kleins, and they had to get like Susie Booze because the Calvin Kleins were $100 a pair. Back then, couldn't afford it. There are people who go to church right now who don't give a 10% tithe. We can't afford it. There are people driving, Hyundais because they can't get a Porsche. Can't afford it. It has only become an issue in the last, I'd say, year on affordability. We all knew we had budgets. We had means. How many times were you told they're living above their means? What does that mean? What do you mean they're living above their means? Well, they can't afford that. They're making their kids eat, spaghetti 5 nights a week so they can get the nice Mercedes. They're living above their means. We used to recognize that. We used to recognize, you can't afford that, man. What are you doing? All right. But now you're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say to people, you can't have this. I remember, what was another saying my dad used to tell me? If you go in someplace and you have to ask how much it is, you don't need to be in that store. If you have to ask how much something is, you're in the wrong place. You guys remember growing up like that? Do you remember when they used to put menus on the outside of restaurants? There were 2 reasons for that. 1, you could see the food. Number 2, you could see the price. Don't come in here. It's $30 for the spaghetti here. We got some good chefs. You can't afford the $30. Don't come in the restaurant. You can't afford it. And if you thought back to yourself and your life, I know we're boomers. How many times in your life, from the time you can remember 8, 9, or 10, did that statement get said to you? You can't afford it. We can't afford it, honey. But Mom, Dad, all the other cool kids got it. Yeah, but we can't afford it. It was okay to say. It hurt your parents. Your parents were really like, I hate having to say this. I remember one Christmas, I was young, and looking back on it, I know I embarrassed myself. I wanted a coat. Everybody had this coat. Remember the members only coat? Back in the day, everybody had the members only coat. Hey, can I get a members only coat? And Christmas came around and I got a non-members coat. I don't didn't even know what the brand name was on it. And I looked at it and went, where do you expect me to wear that? I actually said that to my mother. Tells you how that has sat in my head. I'm like, oh, I should have said that to Mama. Oh my God, where do you expect me to wear that? And she was hurt. I didn't care. I'm not wearing that. Do you remember the term pleather? If you're my age, you remember pleather. You wanted a nice leather coat. And your mom brought home pleather. What the hell is this? This isn't leather. Well, I couldn't afford a leather coat. I'm still here, 65, still doing what I got to do. I'm not any worse for being told at certain times in my life that you're not good enough. You can't afford it. And I think at this point, we need to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Get comfortable again with being, hey, I can't afford it. There's a device I use. This one's already connected. There's another device, and that one device, it's about this big. It's about this big, and it allows me to take a television feed and put it into my computer. It converts it so I can show you different things. That one box cost $700. And I sat back and went, I'm not spending $700 on this. I'm just not going to do it. I could afford it, but it didn't make any sense. Why am I going to? And then when I started building stuff out here, one of the guys who was helping me goes, oh, you need a Mago. Yeah, I looked at that. It was $700, but you need it. It's going to help you. See, sometimes we have to realize we do have to spend money on certain things, and other things we're like, nope, I ain't spending the money on it. We're being taught subversive communism with this whole affordability thing. If somebody is trying to tell you, as I said earlier, that they can't afford it, if they're publicly telling you, I can't afford it, and they don't have any problem telling you they can't afford it, you should have no problem buying it if you can. When I come home and I drive down the street here and I see people with their next door neighbor's son just got a new car and it's a Lexus, and I'm looking at the different things here. Every single person in every single driveway doesn't need the car that's in the driveway. Every single one of them could have gone to a buy here, pay here lot and picked up a car for like $1,500 or $2,000 and put like $200 down. But they can afford it. And so they put it in their driveways and they drive it and they're on the road and they let it, everybody can see, oh, you got a new Porsche. Yeah, I got a new Porsche. Yeah. I finally broke down. When we used to live in Fort Lauderdale, my neighbor across the street, guy was, back then, he was like 65. And Robin and he came zooming down the street in his new Porsche 911. I'm like, what the hell? Dude, you're like 70 years old. What are you doing with that Porsche? And so I talked to him, and I was trying to be like a spy. So you got a new car? Yeah. A Porsche? Why'd you get that? Well, I always wanted one as a kid, and I couldn't afford it. I'm like, what an answer. I always wanted to drive one as a kid, but I couldn't afford it. Now that I'm retired, I want a Porsche 911. I was like, salute. Absolutely. If you don't know the story behind something, oftentimes it thinks like people are bragging. And when he said it to me, I was like, damn, that's a good reason. I wanted that as a young man. I couldn't have it. I couldn't afford it. But I worked my ass off. Now I'm retired and I'm getting this Porsche. Salute. Absolute salute. Loved it. Loved it. Let's see here. My Christmas growing up, one or two things we wanted. The rest were socks and underwear. I got the poor man's Porsche, not a 911. People say the 914 and some of these Porsches are, quote, the poor man's Porsche, but it's still a Porsche. It's still a Porsche. I'm going to commend you. It's still a Porsche. Somebody goes, where'd that go? I put today's grocery bill through Grok and asked what would it cost me at the same store, which was Market Basket last December. Oh, the rest of it got cut off. I wish I could see that. I know this is the biggest indicator for you. There was no unaffordability talk when Biden was president. When gas was $5, $6, $7 a gallon, when you couldn't get anything, people couldn't work. Nobody talked about unaffordability until the communism became vogue, when they decided they wanted to begin talking about, well, we can't afford it. It's unaffordable. Do something. Oh, yeah, you can do something. He did. President Trump has conquered the unaffordability issue. Get a job and then get another one. And so the other complete BS argument is that young people can't buy a house. And I want every single one of you right now to tell me how old you were when you bought your first house. I'm old enough to remember a couple of years ago, not even like 2, when they were saying everybody should, you'll own nothing and be happy. You remember when they were talking all that? When Biden was president, you will own nothing and be happy. If you think I'm lying, go Google that and see all the videos that they put out about you'll own nothing, you'll live in a pod, you'll eat the bugs, and you'll be happy. I'm not making it up. They actually had a campaign saying that. Own nothing, live in a pod. They had even showed you the pod where people were sleeping like in bunk beds against a wall somewhere. You didn't own a house. You didn't even rent a house. You just lived in a pod. You ate the bugs, and you'll be happy. We're talking less than 24 months. Now we're saying I can't have everything I want. When two years ago, you didn't want anything. Oh, home ownership remember that? Home ownership is bad. Nobody should own a home. It should all be communal. Nobody should have a cul-de-sac. Nobody should have a golf course. None of that. And how did we flip in 2 years to saying, oh, we got a problem because everybody should get a house? That's how you know it's fake. If you weren't following Trump then, or if you weren't into politics, go look that up. You can literally put in, you will own nothing and be happy, and see everything that was being said back then. I was like, one, I ain't ever living in a pod. Number two, I don't think other people would want to live in the pod with me. Number three, I definitely ain't eating no bugs. So I can't be down with you there. Man. Teriyaki says, I was 42 when I bought my house. Dad and mom were the bankers. Yeah. Picked my first house out of a brochure. I want that house on the lot. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. All right. So has USAID been cut off, or does that happen next year? USAID has been basically cut off. I was waiting for President Trump to come out. He is now 40 minutes late. And so I'm going to continue with the show I have, which I have a segment set up so that I can cut it any time. And this segment, as you guys know, well, you know what, is about, well, it's self-explanatory.
No man should ever enter where we are going. Beware what lurks in the depths of the libtard zone.
The so-called Kennedy Center board wants to rename the Kennedy Center after Donald Trump. Are you kidding me? Like, how does that help deal with the affordability crisis in this country?
So if you're not addressing so-called affordability, nothing else matters. How does that address the affordability? It doesn't. Okay. What are you saying? There can be no presidential actions. There can be no governmental activities unless it's addressing affordability. Democrats have nothing is the theme of this. They're a libtard zone, but the Democrats have nothing. The naming of a facility, just the sheer naming of a facility, which means nothing to anybody, has got these people losing their minds. As you saw in the intro when I was running some of the news, the Kennedy people are screaming and Congress people are screaming. Understand, we're talking about the name on a building. The very nature that it says Trump Kennedy is freaking these people out. The mere fact that a Republican is now paired with a Democrat icon who could no longer get elected if he was alive, and that Republican happens to be Donald Trump, putting Donald Trump and John F. Kennedy on the same placard is worthy of a meltdown. And it doesn't help people get things more affordable. And then you heard one of the reports earlier that said that ticket sales were down 30 or 40%. Good. You know why? Because that means the stuff that was making the money, which people wanted to see, and those entertainers aren't what we feel are of value. I don't want to see RuPaul on stage. Sorry. I want to see John Rich. I'd want to see, Ted Nugent. I'd want to see Kid Rock. I'm not here to see RuPaul. I'm not here to see John Legend. I don't want to see anybody who hates me, who loathes me. And I don't care if the ticket prices, what they are, as long as somebody wants to pay for them. So if the artist doesn't want to perform there, what do I care? What do I care? Would anybody care if whatever artist does not want to perform there? Because then they're telling you they hate America, which is exactly what we're trying to weed out. And I'm sorry, no, I'm not sorry that it doesn't address affordability. Sorry, crazy.
These people are pathetic. They are sycophants. And these are individuals right now
who are bending the knee to a loser.
If President Trump is a loser, what exactly do you call Kamala Harris? If President Trump is a loser, then what do you call the state of the Democrat Party right now? This is why I've been saying so much they have nothing. I'm going to show you a bunch of having nothing, and it actually will get defined for you, because they're fighting over the name of a building, and saying the name of the building is affecting affordability.
The Republicans are losers. Why are you bending the knee at this point in time? It's not clear to you that, as Michael Ray Richardson, the great former New York Knick, once said, the ship be sinking?
Sorry, I got to get a little bit black on you. The ship be sinking. Really? You sure about that? As the gift does. You sure about that, Hakeem? The ship is sinking? You're buying into too much of your own supply here, boy. You're thinking that MAGA is sinking when anything but. I'm going to prove it to you. See, this messaging is designed to make you feel bad. Yeah, the MAGA is sinking. It's over. The ship be sinking. Nah.
It's over. This is the Titanic. I don't get it. I really don't understand the situation. Because these people promised that they were going to lower the high cost of living on day one. And they failed to do it in year one.
All right, so that tells me something else. That tells me that they are artificially keeping the prices up. Whichever state that they can do it in, they are trying everything they can to keep the prices up. Wherever they have control, wherever they can levy additional taxes, whenever they can stop things from coming into the country or into the ports, wherever they are going to stand in the way of progress. They are going to stand in the way of the economy, just so you can get on stage and go, ain't nothing happening. Well, in many parts of the country, prices are down. Gas is $1.99 in 25 to 30 markets in the country. $1.99. But yet he'll say, us Republicans, well, MAGA, we're on the Titanic.
Let alone day one. And now their holiday gift to the American people is to continue to try to block our ability to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, but they want to rename, allegedly, the Kennedy Center after Donald J. Trump.
The mental gymnastics there. The absolute mental gymnastics to talk about the renaming of a building and tie that to affordability and Obamacare subsidies. You have to be an absolute mental midget to whoever would listen to that. I mean, he's having a press conference, and these people he's telling these reporters it's bad that they spent no money. Well, maybe they spent a couple grand on the stationery. Maybe they'll spend $4,000 or $5,000 on a sign. But other than that, other than the sign and the stationery, what the hell does that have to do with Obamacare? What does it have to do with affordability? How stupid do you have to be to sit there in the audience and listen to that and taking notes and think he's talking a real political strategy? Next thing you're going to say, well, they put grilled chicken on the menu instead of fried chicken. He's serving champagne. How's that going to help affordability? That's the ridiculousness of what you're hearing.
These are sick people. Something is really wrong with these folks.
So now we've got another moniker. We are no longer just deplorables, fascists, Nazis, racists. Now we're sick. You're telling half the country you're sick. If you support Trump, you're sick in the head. Okay.
A lot of time was spent praising the president on painting things white and all of the things they found structurally wrong. I have no opposition to correcting those things. At the end of the meeting, there was the announcement that there was going to be the renaming of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Center. At that point, I said I have something to say, and I was muted. And as I continued to try to unmute to ask questions and voice my opposition to this, I received a note saying that I would not be unmuted.
So to be clear, you were...
Can you imagine a press conference being held because the naming of a building, a theater, an entertainment venue is being changed? Can you imagine how bad the TDS must be that you're having press conferences? You're talking to people out there about, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. He's changing the name to a theater. The theater's name is being changed. We need to have some congressional authority here. I couldn't even imagine that people elected people to go into government who would be spending time bitching about the name of a theater. And we wonder why these people are in trouble. They say MAGA's in trouble. If this is what you voted for, you're definitely in trouble.
I was cut off, and then it was said that now the vote is unanimous. As an ex officio member, we do have a vote. I was not allowed to vote because I was muted. I would not have supported this. I would have asked several questions about this. And in traditional fashion, we would have had someone talk about why they were doing this, that they had researched this. In my opinion...
Research what? What exactly are you going to research? Can you imagine they wanted to have a congressional study and have a hearing on the naming of a theater? And trust me, these clips that you're about to see, I went through and I had to verify and watch them all. And I know some of you are like, what is this? I can't fathom this libtard zone stuff. I'm not doing it often, but a lot of times here I have to show you, you're not going to believe this stuff. I mean, it's absolutely bat poop crazy. If we had some research on what exactly are you going to research? I would love to just get that question answered. What is it that you want to have a study about?
And it is not legal for them to do this. My colleague here also serves on the oversight, and so we have been...
Joyce Beatty, she's a member ex officio on the Kennedy Center board, so she has standing on that board. I'm the ranking member on the Interior Environment, subcommittee, Shelley Pingree from Maine. So we oversee their finances, and we believe this is we also believe this is illegal. This is our living monument to JFK. We didn't build him another statue on the mall. This is something that was built for him because of his dedication to the arts and creativity and free speech. So we are currently looking for any way we can push back as members of Congress.
We're looking for any way that we can push back. Anything we can do to stop President Trump from naming this thing the Trump Kennedy Center. Do you see what you realize what you're seeing here? Complete ineptitude, complete TDS. They were going to do everything they can do to push back. Good luck. It's already done. They already changed the sign. They already changed the stationery. What are you going to do? Go to court? Hey, we're going to do a court order to make you stop from being called the Trump Kennedy Center. This is what the Democrats are focusing on. This should tell you how low things are. Again, I keep looking up because I'm looking up to see if he comes on. That's how bad it is.
as a subcommittee that controls their finances, but we have found them very non-transparent in terms of explaining exactly how they're spending the money they got in the big ugly bill, or what ticket sales are, or anything else going on there right now. As we know, they fired the entire board except the ex officio members, which they couldn't, replace them with people who just went along with the president. But I think members of Congress are going to be outraged. I know we are. Exactly. We're doing a sign-on letter to ask our colleagues to say, this is not legal, you can't do this, and it's a real insult to the Kennedy family and to JFK.
So they're going to take it further. They're going to take it further. They're going to push back. We're going to get the rest of the Congress involved. It's going to be congressionally investigated. How about investigating Fulton County and 300,000 votes? No, don't want to investigate that. How about investigate the Somalis who are stealing money? No. We're going to investigate stuff that's really important. We're going to go after people who changed the name of the Kennedy Center because it's illegal.
The one thing I'll give him credit on is this bonuses to troops. He's giving them basically $1,700.
Let's see if they get the.
Well,
I want to see where
the
money coming from.
He says tariff revenue. That's what I'm most intrigued to see if that's actually the case. Listen, coming off of the government shutdown,
I got to check that with Professor ChatGPT because I don't believe that.
Well, in the delay that they all had of not, they got back pay, but I mean, people need help. But all Americans need help right now, and just a handout isn't the answer. Smart policies are the answer.
Well, what he's doing is he's thinking, if I make sure that the soldiers have what they need, they'll back me in what I want. See? So, listen.
Well, by now she realizes the soldiers did get their money, so she can't say we'll see. They're actually getting paid the $1,776 check. And she's implying, she is openly implying that President Trump is buying off the military. That he's doing this benefit to the military so that they will do what he wants. Implying that young men and women who signed up for service are doing so for money and will change the way they think for money, which made me think maybe the seditious six are onto something. By them telling people not to do orders, that's okay as far as Democrats are concerned, but giving them a benefit, an actual cash benefit, that's the bad thing. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine giving people $1,800 before Christmas? There's something nefarious about them getting $1,800. Where's he getting the money from? He already told you, tariffs. Which, by the way, is also ingenious. Because let me tell you something, some ingenuity about this. If for some reason the Supreme Court overturns the tariff rules and they say you got to give back all the money and there's some resistance and the Democrats are like, you're going to have to legally get back all the money, I would love to see the Democrats go to, 1.5 million people in the military and say, cough up $1,800. Good luck with that.
Mr. President, there are lots of dangers to our democracy under this Trump regime. It's becoming more and more like a regime. But one of the top is the intimidating of media, is the consolidation of media to only have a voice that protects Donald Trump and defends Donald Trump. That's what dictators do. That's what Orban has done in Hungary and Erdogan in Turkey, and dictators throughout history try to censor the media, consolidate the media so they are all under the thumb of the leader, of the dictator. This is a dramatic danger, a huge danger, one of the greatest dangers to our democracy.
Meanwhile, I love that. Meanwhile, he's complaining about Trump trying to get the media to be honest, to not lie, to not inject liberalism, wokeness into their supposed newscasts, to just be honest and talk about the news. Do you remember that? Do you remember when you could turn on at 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock and they say an accident happened on 5th and Elm and somebody passed away? Or today, economic numbers are X, Y, and Z. Today, the president did this. Those days are long gone. Now every single newscast injects their opinion. And that opinion can be complete falsehoods, which you will see. And it changes according to what they want to say, even if it's completely outrageous. So Chuck Schumer is talking about President Trump trying to bring honesty back into news broadcasts, and he's complaining because Trump keeps suing and winning. You shouldn't have said what you just said. It's going to cost you. You should have. Oh, the BBC actually did AI and changed the words coming out of his mouth. It's going to cost him billions. And he keeps suing people over and over and over, and he keeps winning. And they don't like it. Well, maybe if they didn't act like complete asses, you wouldn't have to rein them in like bad kids. Exhibit A.
President Trump unleashed that attack on immigrants, this time Somalis. Caroline Levitt called it an epic moment, which is saying something about the man who was called Mexican immigrants rapists, though some he assumes are good people. The man who labeled many African countries S-holes, used the full word. And the man who said Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs.
A, he didn't say immigrants. He said newcomers. I can't use the actual word. And he said they're not sending their best, is what he said. And yes, he did say that some of these countries are S-holes. Ever been there? What's the word you want us to use? What word would you have preferred that President Trump used? Slum, ghetto. Pick the word. There's nothing nice about some of these areas. And the colloquial way he described it was harsh. It hurt, but it's true. It's absolutely true. So what's the problem? Did it offend you? Did your nipples get sore? How would you describe Haiti? We didn't make it that way. We didn't do it. But I don't see you getting on a vacation and going to, I don't know, the Haiti hotel. I don't see you flying down to Port-au-Prince and just hanging out with the fellas. Why not? I'm sure you make a lot of money. I'm sure you've gone on vacations. I'm sure you've stayed at 5-star resorts. Why won't you go to Port-au-Prince? I don't know. Is there any place you can go that's maybe off the coast of Somalia? Would you go there? And then the last part about eating the animals, you really don't want people to know the truth. We got videos. We actually have them taking animals, things out of the pond, and eating them, and you're saying, that was bad to say. That's news. That was your job. That was your job to cover. What's going on in Minnesota with the Somalis, that's your job to cover. What's happening in Haiti, and these kids are eating dirt cookies, look that up. Dirt cookies, that's your job to cover. So what? President Trump says some unkind words because things are true. That bothers you.
And it is saying something because that tirade on Somalis, prompted by a billion-dollar fraud scheme largely perpetrated by dozens of people of Somalian heritage in Minnesota, well, that is now being used as another justification for revoking citizenship for classes of people.
I don't know. Did she just admit that the Somalis in Minnesota are stealing? But you shouldn't throw them out. That's what she just said. Yeah, I understand there's some people there, but he's using that as a weapon to get rid of them. What's the alternative?
Denaturalizing them, a step beyond the already aggressive detention and deportation tactics of this administration.
Aggressive deportation tactics. You mean enforcing the law? I think that's what that's called. They're not supposed to be here. They're being told to go back. And in order to enforce that law, you have to actually go get them. But this is what they hear. The people on the left hear this complete slanted BS.
But first, we want to note what happened after he calls Somali immigrants garbage. A week later, ICE agents deployed to a heavily Somali neighborhood of Minneapolis and began conducting raids. Federal agents used pepper spray to push through an angry crowd that blocked their vehicles as they checked IDs. According to local officials,
who gets pepper sprayed? People who are not complying. As she just said, what were they doing? They were blocking their vehicles. That's the news. The news isn't the result. The news is they're blocking vehicles. How do they stop them from blocking vehicles? They do stuff. They spray stuff in their face and say, get out the way. Can you believe that they pepper sprayed these people that were blocking their way of getting back and forth? What are you doing? Are we supposed to feel bad that the people blocking the path for the ICE agents happened to get maced? Are we supposed to feel bad about that? I guess the left does.
ICE agents went to East African restaurants in the neighborhood, closed the doors, and demanded people's IDs there as well. One young Somali American was dragged to a vehicle, detained, and taken to an ICE detention center.
I spoke in the fall about the iceberg I saw ahead.
So she made that newscast, and this immediately, shortly thereafter, this attorney, U.S. attorney, takes the mic.
Something's fraud that's much larger than what's been visible to the public. When I said that, it wasn't hyperbole or rhetoric, it was a warning. And today I want to talk and I want to show here a sense of what that iceberg looks like, because I think people deserve to know what that is and how big this problem is, because we can't solve the problem until we grapple with the size of it. So the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services pulled the claims data for these 14 programs dating back to 2018. And those 14 programs in Minnesota have cost $18 billion since 2018, and more than $3.5 billion in 2024 alone. So that's a sense of the magnitude of the problem. These are the 14 Medicaid programs, which is just a part of Medicaid, these waivered services that have been flagged as having issues with program integrity and fraud. Now, I'm sure everyone is wondering how much of this $18 billion was fraud. It's not the $1 million question, that's the $18 billion question. The answer is far too much, and the task ahead of all of us is not only figuring out how much of that money was fraud, because we know a significant amount was, but figuring out how to put an end to the fraud in our state and get control of it. So let me end with this before I take questions. The magnitude of the fraud in Minnesota cannot be overstated. It's staggering amounts of money that have been lost.
What's the latest out of Minnesota?
Yeah, we heard some pretty shocking numbers today, Will, at that press conference, talking about $18 billion paid out through these 14 programs that First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson focused on. And he said, in his own words today, more than half of that money seems to be fraudulent. And the reporter asked, as much as $10 billion, and he quickly said, absolutely. So he detailed just this explosive growth of these programs, focusing on just a few in these.
As I said before, billions, not just a little bit of money, billions. The Somalis have stolen billions, and the media doesn't even want to address it. It is becoming so widespread. The more they dig, the more they find. Entire organizations have been set up in Minnesota to drain the coffers of the government. daycare centers, restaurants that are supposed to be feeding 6,000 people a day. Nobody looked, and they were getting all the money from these different programs and stealing it. And we're not supposed to be pissed. We're not supposed to look at this and go, what the F did you people do? And who did you do it with? And how did you get trained to do it? Who showed you how to do it? This wasn't something that was done in a vacuum. This wasn't something that somebody getting off a boat or a plane could show up in Minneapolis and go, you know what? I got an idea. We're going to take $10 billion. No, I don't know how to do it. You don't know how to do it. People had to show them, people in the government had to show them, hey, there's pockets of money here. There are pockets of money that nobody's looking at that we can steal. And we're going to get you rich, but you're going to make me rich, and just shut up and sign the papers. And now we're finding out all this stuff, and it's not by accident we're finding it. This is part of what I was telling you at the beginning, that Trump, it's already succeeded. It's already ended. You're just hearing about it. The whole idea was to shut this stuff down, and shut it down he has. And now it's time for the comeuppance. Hold on a second. Nope, they're still not talking yet.
Last few years. But I'll say that we've been checking out a lot of this for ourselves through many tips from our readers and viewers. And just this week, we visited a dozen sites, and to be honest, they all seem fraudulent. Empty adult daycares, empty autism clinics, no kids in sight, strange Google reviews that seem almost written in AI, what even look to be phony websites. And you can...
This was such a huge fraud that in addition to everything else, they went fake websites, fake Google reviews. These people didn't even know what Google was. They're off the streets of warlords in Somalia. They land in Minnesota, and they're creating websites with Google reviews? That's what you're supposed to believe? That these Somalis, who probably have like an 8th grade education, thought to themselves, let's go ahead and do everything and create some websites. Oh, we're going to need some creative design, some artwork, some videos. These dudes couldn't tie shoes. Remember, they were just brought here. They weren't like wealthy over there. So they show up in little Somalia in Minnesota, and somebody was pulling the strings. So if they have found that there's been 10 or 12 billion dollars stolen, you got to know right now the people who are behind this are crapping their pants. They know what's coming. Elon, Tim Waltz, Keith Ellison, you all had to look the other way. Maybe it even goes higher to the federal level. Maybe there's senators, maybe there's judges. We're talking a lot of money. Remember that lady that got killed who was, she was pushing back on some of this stuff. And that kind of got swept under the rug. Nobody's doing any investigative journalism anymore. We're not talking a couple grand. We're talking billions. People disappear for billions. They disappear for a lot less. And there's no way, not possible, that you can tell me the Somalis did it. No.
See right there for yourself online through a database how much money they're receiving. It's often hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars if you go ahead and total it up for the last few years. And there you see it, some nice luxury cars right in the parking lot of some of these businesses. We heard more about that today as well. Where's all this money going?
Luxury cars. Oh, unaffordability if you don't know how to steal. It's funny how, and I've mentioned this before, how everything is so anti-capitalism except for the people who profit from capitalism, fraudulent capitalism. Notice that they didn't say that they got in all this money and they were giving it out in the neighborhood. Everybody should get, a couple $1,000s. No, didn't hear that. So are they fascists? Are they fascists and Nazis because they didn't want to dole out everything they stole? Nobody's asking these questions. Hey, AOC, Elon, you giving away your money or just what you can take from the American people? Because we're fascist. Why? How come the criminals who stole billions didn't just make everybody in the Somali community, every single one of them? You know, we're going to make every single one of you people rich. We got billions. Yeah, I know I've got the big Hummer and I've got the Cybertruck, but that's just me. I'm going to help all these people here in Little Somalia. Did they do that? They didn't even effing help their own community. Think about that. While Mandami and some of these people are out there talking about, you know, we're going to take care of the community, we're going to do this, the people with the money don't do it. The people on their side who have stolen it or compiled it in any way, shape, or form don't even do it for their own people. But we're supposed to feel bad because we're Americans. Screw yourself. As Elon said, go F yourself. Nobody's supposed to know that AOC's got tens of millions of dollars. Nobody's supposed to know that none of these people, Mandami makes all kinds of money. Nobody's supposed to know because we're the bad ones. We need to take it from you. Well, if you really believed it, you could have had your own little experiment in Somali soda. You could have just said, you know what? We're going to give every single person here, all these Somalis, we're going to give them each $100,000. And we're going to let every single one of these Somalis here experience prosperity. Nope, you wouldn't even do it for your own people. What does that say? It says you want to keep people subjugated. You know the power of capitalism, even if it's fraudulently obtained, but you don't care to share capitalism. Oh, we'll get you some, some food stamps. Well, hell with the food stamps. Just give me a check for $100,000. I'll feed myself. No, we can't do that. That's the money we stole. We're going to get the rest that you need from the government. We're going to set you up with all kinds of programs. And so you can have Spam and Kool-Aid. But why don't you just cut me a check for $100,000? You got it. No, they won't do that, will they? That's how you know they're full of crap.
Today, new reporting from the New York Times reveals never-before-seen details about the relationship between President Trump and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
New narrative is dropping. New narrative. Here comes the next one. New narrative. Again, from the same people in the media that Chuck Schumer is trying to protect. It's bad that we're suing the media, but they're lying, Chucky. They're lying through their teeth.
Source story details just how close Epstein and Trump were and what brought them together. It's in direct contrast to a Trump lawyer's claims that the future president and Epstein did not socialize together and were never really friends.
You know what you just saw there? For those of you who don't know, I'm going to give you the information on what you just saw. Nancy Pelosi, she explained it by accident one day, but what you just saw was in essence, 100%, not in essence, in actuality, the wrap-up smear. See, the wrap-up smear is you get some kind of a story placed in some sort of publication, then the media, the news media, picks up on it as their source to break the story. So what she just said was the New York Times reported. What does that mean? What does that mean? The New York Times reported. I'll get back to that. President Trump just walked out, and let's take this.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
It's a great honor. These are among the greatest executives anywhere in the world, so it's an honor to have them with us, and I think they'll be very happy about what we have to say. I thought I'd start by announcing two things. This is the gold card, as you know. The Secretary of Commerce and myself and some others have been working on it for quite a while. And Howard, how much have we sold in a few days?
$1.3 billion worth in a matter of a couple of days.
That's essentially it's the green card on steroids. And it's a pathway. And it's been an amazing thing. And as you know, millions of people pour into our country from the border. And not anymore. They don't know. Nobody comes in actually anymore. But under the Biden administration, 25 million people came in, and they came from prisons and mental institutions, and they were drug dealers, and all sorts of people came in that shouldn't be here. They came from the jails all over Venezuela, all over the world, the Congo. And now when they come in, they have to pay $1 million. And we've had a tremendous surge, and you're going to be happier than anybody because when you go to Harvard and the Wharton School of Finance and all of the great schools and you want to hire somebody and then you find out that, I'm sorry, they can't stay in our country for more than 24 hours. They graduate from the top schools. These people want to hire them. Now you're able to buy a card and you're able to keep people in the country. They can't keep people in the country, and they go to Canada, they go to other countries. A lot of times they go to Canada even though they work for the companies behind me. So now you're able to buy, the companies are able to buy the card and use it for people coming in to our country so they can stay in our country instead of being immediately shipped out after graduating. They graduate number one in their class at the best school, and they want to go to work for Johnson & Johnson, as an example, who's not here today, who will be here next week. They're well represented here. But they want to go to work for one of the great companies behind me, and you learn they can't do that because they're shipped out of the country. They're not shipped out anymore. So your company will pay a little bit, but that's okay. You'll be able to get them. So I just wanted to let it's called the Gold Card, the Trump Gold Card. Quite a beautiful thing. And you've taken in just a few days, you've taken in over $1.5 billion. That goes all toward reducing debt, goes into the Treasury of the United States. And I thought I'd do this before we start on Most Favored Nations. I want to read this because I would have said it the other night, but I was not allotted too much time, actually. We had a couple of brand new shows opening, and I understand that. But I do want to say, and some people say, oh, you shouldn't say it. It sounds negative. To me, I think it sounds positive. The only reason our unemployment tucked up and went up to 4.5%, which it went up to 4.5%, which is quite a low number, but still, is because we are reducing the government workforce by numbers that have never been seen before. In other words, government jobs are way down. And as you know, we don't need 10 people to fill one job, which is what we had in government in many cases. So the government workforce, by numbers that have never been seen before, has been reduced very substantially and will continue to be reduced. 100% of our new jobs are in the private sector. So this is for the last number of months. Think of that, 100%. Are you shocked to hear that? That's the way to make America great again, when you think, right? It's the only way. 100% of new jobs are in the private sector. And I could reduce unemployment to 2%, 1%, or practically zero by just hiring people into the federal government, even though those jobs are not necessary, which is what we had before. We had millions and millions of people having jobs that they never even showed up. So I wish that the media would report that the 4.5% is an amazing number. And again, if they don't report it, I guess maybe I'll just let some people go into the federal workforce. It'll look really wonderful. And what we're doing is the only way you can do it to make a country great. You can't have the government jobs. You have to have the private sector jobs. And these are among the biggest hires of private sector. So we have reduced the federal workforce by tremendous hundreds of thousands of people. And that reflects in unemployment, but that will be used up very quickly. And we've 100% of the new jobs, which, by the way, it's a record-setting number of jobs, too, is in the private sector. And I think that'll get even stronger when these buildings being built all over the country, of which they're building some, too. But AI and auto plants and everything else, they're being built all over the country. When that happens, your numbers will be even better. But I would like you to report it the way it is. We don't do the federal workforce jobs. We're reducing that very substantially. I'm thrilled to be joined by the leaders of 9 of the world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, all very big names, celebrities in their own right, very, very powerful people, and they head some of the most admired companies anywhere in the world. It's a great group. To announce that they've agreed to offer many of their flagship drugs, really all of their flagship drugs, at heavily discounted, most favored nations prices. In other words, whatever the drug sells for over the world, in the world, whatever the lowest number is, if it's Germany, if it's in UK, anywhere, we will match that price. Right now, sometimes it's 10 times higher. We've been laughed at and scoffed at for years. For years. In fact, I was going to do it in my first term, but unfortunately, with the advent of COVID, as you would say, it was not, I don't think it was a very good time to be hitting up Spain, Italy, France, but now we're doing it. So the hardest thing to do was going to be to get a country to do it, because we would have a pill in New York that was for sale for $130, and you could buy it in Germany and France and Spain and someplace. Anyways, they set their own prices for $10. So we'd pay 10 or 13 times more, we'd pay 5 times more, we'd pay all different prices. Now, whatever the lowest price is. Now, the pharmaceutical companies were difficult, but they also love our country. They knew it was unfair. And they were great. I appreciate it. But the bigger problem was going to be the countries. How are you going to get the countries to do it? And we told them, if you don't do it, we're going to have to use tariffs, and we're going to charge you a 10% tariff, which is far more money than the money we're talking about. And they immediately agreed to do it. So we have all the foreign countries agreeing to do it. If we didn't have the use of tariffs, we would never be able to do this. But we used tariff, and they said, is it a threat? I said, yes, it is a threat. Then they said, we will do it, and they dropped the price. So what's happening, because the world is bigger than the United States in terms of people, that same pill would go from $10 to $20 for them, which is an increase, but it wouldn't go to, midway. But it would go from $10 to $20. Ours would go from $130 to $20. So we dropped way down. They went up a little bit. And everyone knows it's the way it is. They, for years, would just say, no. As medicine got more expensive for us, it would stay. They said, nope, you can't sell it in this country. Let the United States pay. And we had other presidents, all of them, said, okay, we'll pay. So we were subsidizing the entire world. We're not doing it anymore. This is the biggest thing having to do with drugs in the history of the purchase of drugs. And I don't think the maybe press will treat it as a story. This is the biggest front page story that you'll ever see. This is a huge bearing too on the healthcare, because a big part of healthcare is drugs, pharmaceuticals, right, Oz? And this will have a tremendous impact on the reduction of healthcare. The biggest impact is going to be that the money should be paid not to the insurance companies, directly to the people, and the people will buy their own healthcare. So we're going to be working that. The problem is that the Democrats are very much controlled by the insurance companies that make all that money, but we're not going to let that happen. Starting next year, American drug prices will come down fast and furious, and will soon be among the lowest in the developed world. So in other words, whatever the lowest price for a certain drug, of which these companies make much of it, whatever the lowest price is, that price will come down to that price. So we will get the lowest price anywhere in the world. If they're lower in England than they are in Germany, we take the England price. As of today, 14 out of 17 largest pharmaceutical companies have now agreed. 14 out of 17. Oh, those three they're in deep trouble. But actually, they've agreed, because I think those three companies are coming in at a different time next week. So they've agreed. Johnson & Johnson is one of them, right?
After the holidays.
Why? They couldn't do it faster?
No, we're going to be talking about Trump RX.
Oh, okay. Trump RX. Trump RX is doing well. As of today, 14 out of the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies, but they've all agreed, have now agreed to drastically lower drug prices for They're American patients for the American people and patients. This represents the greatest victory for patient affordability in the history of American healthcare by far. And every single American will benefit. So this is the biggest thing ever to happen on drug pricing and on healthcare. This will have a tremendous impact on healthcare itself. I want to thank Sanofi CEO Paul Hudson. Paul?
Yep.
Hi, Paul. I hope they have you in some order. I'll be checking.
Alphabetical, yes, but...
Okay, well, we'll do the best we can. Thank you, Paul. Great company, by the way. Novartis CEO Vas Narasimhan. Thank you very much, Vas. Great job. Genentech CEO Ashley Megaragri. Where are you, Ashley? How are you? Hi. Thank you very much. Great companies. Behringer Inc. President John Michael Bors. John Michael, thank you very much. Gilead CEO Dan O'Day. Dan? Thank you, Dan. Great job. It's a good company. Bristol Myers Squibb Executive Vice President Carrie Gallman. Carrie? Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. GSK CEO Emma Wormsley. Emma? Thank you very much, Emma. Great job. Merck CEO Rob Davis. Great company. Thank you. Great company. How long have you been CEO?
Almost 5 years.
Very good. You're doing a good job. And Amgen Executive Vice President and CFO Peter Griffith. Peter? Thank you, Peter, very much. Thank you very much. You okay? Fake news. We want you to be healthy. Are you all right? The camera's not okay, but she's okay. That's more important. We have good medicine for you if you need some medicine. One of them can take good care of it. We're also joined by Secretaries Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., Howard Lutnick, ambassador, and really some incredible ambassadors, administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and the FDA Commissioner, Marty McCary. They're doing a phenomenal job. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Good job. For decades, Americans have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs by far, not just a little bit. We were like a whipping post, the United States, and it's just been 4% of the world's population. We have 4% of the world's population, and consumers pay only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits. Think of that. So we have 4% of the population, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet the people behind me, who are wonderful people, make 75% of their profits from the American customer. So they understood that better than anybody, that we have to do something. That's why I signed an executive order instructing my administration to do everything in its power to slash prescription drug prices for Americans while getting other countries to pay more. And we don't want more, we want this fair. We want to pay the same thing. They used to blame it, remember, on research and development. And I said, well, research and development for everybody. And everybody understood it. As a result, the United Kingdom's National Health Service agreed to pay the fair share for prescription drugs for the first time in 26 years. And we expect other countries in Europe will do the same. And if they don't, we're going to put tariffs on them, and we'll get the same amount of money, plus we'll take a nice return on the money. We signed historic agreements with Pfizer, Eli Lilly, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, and EMD, Serrano, to reduce prices by 300, 400, 500, 600, and even 700%, and sometimes even more than that. I remember when I had a news conference in my first term, I was the first president that reduced prices from the beginning of my term to a year, from January to December, 0.25%. And I thought it was the greatest thing, because it's the first one in 28 years. Now we're talking about numbers that that are so incredible. 1/4 of one. Think of that. I was proud of it because it hadn't happened in 28 where drug prices went down. Well, now you're going to see numbers that nobody would believe possible. Think of that. 500, 600, 700, 800%. Today we're building on these accomplishments. The companies assembled in this room have agreed to offer all of their drugs to Medicaid and most favored nations pricing. You're going to get most favored nations pricing, meaning they're going to pay our country the lowest price paid anywhere in the world. And they will list their most popular drugs on TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name it that. Somebody named it that. And I guess they assumed that was, did you name it, Oz, or Bobby name it?
We all named it together.
Okay, well, I'm honored to have the name. And so far that's turned out because the numbers are so incredible. It's an honor. And you're going to get massive discounts to all consumers. So massive discounts will be not even offered. It's just going to be a fact. All consumers will get massive discounts. That's TrumpRx.gov. Every new drug produced by these companies in the future will permanently be offered to American patients at most favored nation prices. You know, people used to talk about that for years, but nobody ever did anything about it. No other president did. And it wasn't easy, but it worked out great, and I'm so proud of the people behind me. As an example of the price reductions we have secured through these new agreements, Santa Fe will cut the cost of its blood thinner Plavix from $750 to less than $16. Wow. Where's Santa Fe? Where are you? What? That's incredible, huh? Could have gone to $17, maybe. That's amazing. And you're going to do tremendous business. You're going to do much more business. So that's coming from $750. Think of that, $750. And that's the number one blood thinner. I don't want to know about that. I take an aspirin. To less than $16. Think of that. Bristol Myers Squibb, great company, both great companies, will cut the price of HIV medication, Raytaz, from nearly $1,500, $1,500 to $217. And it will cut the cost of hepatitis B medication, Baraclude, from $1,400 to $413. Gilead will cut the hepatitis C medication, Epclusa, from nearly $25,000 to less than $2,500. And all prices are like that because we're bringing them down to the world's lowest price, everything. And these people really are pioneers. What they're doing is so great. And in the end, they're going to do much more business, and it's. I think it's going to even out for them as a company. The countries will have to pay more, but even for them, because of the fact that the world is quite a bit bigger, it won't be very severe, I hope. I also want to thank these companies and their incredible executives for their generous contribution to American national security, because it's really what it is. It's, to a large extent, national security in addition. You can't continue to pay 13, 14 times more than other countries and think you're going to have security. Collectively, they will invest over $150 billion to build up domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing in America. They're going to be, because of tariffs, they're coming in, and I think because of the love of our country, and maybe because of the November 5th election, but because of tariffs, they're going to be coming in. They're building already. Just about all of them have started. They're building their plants in all states all over the country, and they're building incredible pharmaceutical plants. We're going to have close to 100% of our pharmaceuticals in a very short period of time made in the USA. As part of these agreements, Merck will also donate 3.5 tons of antibacterials to be placed in America's strategic reserve. Thank you very much. GSX will donate over 200 pounds of ingredients to make rescue inhalers, which is a big deal, and Bristol Myers Squibb will donate 6.5 tons of blood thinners. We appreciate it. Such amazing companies. Every president for a generation has promised to reduce drug prices, but they were talking about a little bit like that. I am the only one of them to ever even think in terms of favored nations, and that's what this is. Favored nations. It's called most favored nation. We are now a most favored nation. I want to thank the leaders in the room, and I also want to thank the leaders of all of the countries that had to pay a little more so that we were treated fairly. I really do. I want to thank the leaders of countries. And they knew the alternative was not much of an alternative, because if they didn't do it, we were going to charge them tariffs, and the tariffs would have been much more severe than what they did. But they did do it as soon as they realized about the tariffs. Then they did it very easily. No, they're very good people. Let's start with Amgen's Executive Vice President, who I already introduced, and I introduced the people here. So I'd like to ask Bobby and Oz to say a few words, and also I'd like to ask if anybody would like to speak on behalf of your company, or just say how great this country is doing. And you're all building tremendous facilities now in the United States instead of other countries that we all know about. But if you'd like to say something. So Oz, do you want to start? And Bobby?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, he gets taller with time here. Mr. President, each of the 9 CEOs will speak very briefly about what they have done, because it is a patriotic effort. This is affordability in action. We talk about it in abstract, but this is not an abstract concept. This is a very concrete, tangible, personal reality, because we've got moms with sick children who cannot afford their medications. Working families cannot make ends meet. Seniors on fixed income. We have 80 million people who have to pay more than $100 a month for their prescriptions. They just can't keep up. So this is a hardcore approach to this, driven by a bold leader who's taken bold action. With that bold action, we've now created a standard for the industry. The 9 leaders behind us run the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world. They're joining 5 other companies that have been through this White House process over the last 2 months. I want to make sure you appreciate that it doesn't happen with just the people in the room. They're wonderful individuals: Chris Klump, Inma Hernandez, John Brooks, Theo Merkel, Corey, Heidi. A lot of folks worked their tails off to make this happen, and that's why we've gotten to the finish line. The prices that President Trump left to the next administration on pharmaceuticals have gone up 25% until the president took office. We are reversing that trend and making sure that Americans can afford to get the life-saving solutions, because if these brilliant innovators create solutions to cancer, hypertension, hepatitis, and a bunch of other viruses, illnesses that have been lethal throughout human history, but you can't afford them, then we're not treating you fairly. And that's why what the president has done is so critically important. He mentioned quickly the amount of money that they've contributed towards our strategic stockpile and to building in this country. But fundamentally, the health of the American people will benefit because this president took bold action. And from my personal position, I couldn't do anything I do without Secretary Kennedy, who just does not take no for an answer and will call me even more than the president does to make sure things happen right. Mr. Secretary.
Even more. That's not nice. I don't think that's true. I think we got a lot of calls from the president, and at one point in this negotiation, we both stopped answering our phones late at night because we couldn't take it anymore. But I want to thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. President Trump, when he was up here a moment ago, talked about how historic this is and how every one of the news outlets in here ought to have World War III size headlines about this. And I was reminded about how astonishing this achievement is. A couple of days ago, when one of my sons, 29 years old, very, very left-wing Democrat, and disagrees with a lot of the policies of this administration, he called me and he said, "Dad, I want to tell you how proud I am about this. This is the best achievement that could happen to our country." This is something Bernie Sanders has been clamoring for 25 years. Elizabeth Warren has been clamoring for. Joe Biden promised the American people. President Obama, President Clinton all promised to do this for the American people. All of them expressed their outrage, their indignation that we are paying 1/10 in some cases the price of drugs that they're selling in Europe. We developed them here. We manufactured some of them in New Jersey. We were paying $1,300 for a drug manufactured in New Jersey. The same drug manufactured in the same plant was being sold for $88 in London. And everybody recognized how unfair this was. We were paying for all the innovation in this country. And yet, the rest of the world was free riding on it. And President Trump told me and Dr. Oz at the beginning of this term, this is what I want you to do. And he leaned on us. I think both of us were very skeptical at that point that it could be done. But I would say this is a miracle. And I'm very grateful to all the CEOs who saw the sense in this, who understood the injustice and the unsustainability of the system, and who put public health, and particularly the public health of Americans, ahead of some of their other priorities. And all of them came to the table, and President Trump asked us to do three things. One, to deliver the lowest prices in the world and make this affordable for Americans. Number two, to do it in a way that we would not hurt innovation, that we would keep America as the incubator and the dominating force in innovation around the world. And three, to bring drug manufacturing home to this country. I can tell you by the end of this term, 95% of the drugs we will have MFN. In other words, Americans will be paying the lowest price in the world, or 95% of the drugs. You talk about affordability. People are talking about affordability. Nobody has done anything for affordability greater than this. So I want to thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, for your vision, and for your relentless harassment of us to make sure this all got done. And I really want to just thank all of the CEOs, all these companies, for coming to the table in good faith, working out a very, very pragmatic agreement that allows them to continue to do the innovation that is going to save lives and alleviate suffering around the world, and do it in a way that is more fair to the American people. Thank you.
So we're going to, Howard first.
So this is an example of what President Trump does. It's the entire administration, the whole government working together. Bobby and I met at the beginning of the administration of how we could work together to bring drug prices down, as the president instructed, and bring manufacturing home. So they've said they're going to have 95% of the drugs be at the lowest price in the world. And when we walked in, and the president walked in, we were making about 16% of our drugs were being made in America. Right? And we are having hundreds, the people behind us are committed hundreds of billions of dollars to bring their manufacturing here and bring their research here. And that employs Americans and keeps our drugs produced safely. You want to know, when you take that drug is made in America, overseen by the FDA, and it is safe. So the president not only is driving prices down, he's doing a 1-2 punch of bringing production here. And the third thing he's doing is, when you take that drug, you know it was made in America, protected by Americans, and it's safe. And I can't be more proud. I think this is the most impressive thing I've ever seen, because none of you, and maybe even none of us, thought this was possible. Only President Trump. He knew it, he drove it, and he has delivered it here today. And I can't be more proud to be standing next to him, because this is delivering for America.
Thank you. Very good.
We'll start with Amgen. It is alphabetical.
If you'd like to say something, feel free to do that.
They're all going to say something short, so go ahead.
Well, you go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
To the podium.
To the podium. Here we go. We're going to move it back up, get taller again. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to work with you to improve the affordability of medicines for American patients. Amgen recently launched Amgen Now, a direct-to-patient option for Repatha that cuts out PBM middlemen and significantly improves affordability for people who are uninsured, facing high out-of-pocket costs, or paying on their own. Repatha will also soon be added to TrumpRx.com. A U.S.-based pioneer for more than 4 decades, we've invested more than $40 billion in U.S. research and manufacturing since 2018, supported by pro-innovation policies that you've championed. Thank you again, Mr. President. We look forward to continuing to work together to deliver meaningful benefits and innovation for U.S. patients.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jean-Michel Boers from Boehringer Ingelheim. It's a true honor to be here for an agreement that we believe will make a true difference for American patients. For 140 years, Boehringer Ingelheim, a family-owned company, has been committed to improving health and outcomes to save lives of patients. With today's agreement, we believe that we have actually struck the delicate balance that there is to protect America's leadership in research and innovation, and at the same time ensure that patients pay a fair price for their medicines. So from rare diseases in oncology or pulmonary fibrosis, where we do research into chronic diseases, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, obesity maybe in the future, I will go quick. We will continue to work for the American patients. We are onshoring manufacturing to the U.S. to very rapidly, within the time of this administration, have the majority of our products produced in the U.S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bristol Myers Squibb is an American company that for more than 6,500 years has been protecting and extending American lives. And today I'll make 2 very brief announcements. One, we are very proud to announce that we will provide Eliquis, our #1 prescribed medicine, to Medicaid for free. We're also answering the administration's calls, as the President said, to shore up the national medicine reserves by donating more than 6.5 tons of Eliquis. These actions build on BMS's commitment to invest $40 billion in the U.S. in research and development and manufacturing. And these investments reflect our enduring commitment to work with the administration to improve patient lives. So thank you. Thank you.
It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for shining a light on the importance of our innovation and getting all countries to pay for this innovation. I'm proud to represent Genentech, America's first biotech company. We are offering our flu medicine, which is very important this year given the severity of the flu, Xofluza, for $50 direct to patients. And that's a 70% price reduction, and that also will be available on TrumpRx. We're also very proud of our $50 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and new research labs. Our new facility in North Carolina will bring 11,000 jobs to America. These are important steps forward for Americans and also for patients. Thank you very much.
I saw your rendering is beautiful, what you're building. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, to you and the administration. I think this objective of achieving the commitment to affordability and future innovation is extraordinary. And let me just say that the company I represent, Gilead Sciences, the scientists reach for cures every day. In fact, they've come up with medicines that have cured both certain forms of hepatitis and also certain forms of blood cancer. And we just recently launched a new medicine that's only given twice a year to prevent HIV. And we're working with Secretary Kennedy and his entire team, as well as the State Department, as a part of your ex-US strategy to support ending the epidemic really during your term. And so we look forward to working with you on that. I've never been more optimistic about the innovation that exists across these companies and the impact this can have on America's health and economy. Thank you very much.
Well with HIV.
Yeah, it literally prevents HIV almost 100% given twice a year. And so the America First State Department strategy, we've partnered with them, and we're also partnering with Secretary Kennedy and his team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
GSK cares deeply about improving the affordability of medicines, which is why today we're announcing for the 40 million Americans who live with asthma or COPD, We're going to be significantly lowering the cost of the medicines they rely on to breathe more easily every day. We're going to be going direct on 8 of our core medicines with deep discounts, and we're investing in American health security by donating the ingredients that go into rescue inhalers like this one so that people can access them when they need them. This triple win is on top of our commitment to invest $30 billion in American manufacturing, American research, American technology, and American talent, and all of this to do the right thing for American patients, whether that's John in North Carolina, who says he can now visit with his granddaughters without worrying whether will have to struggle for breath, or Marsha in Kentucky, who says if her asthma inhaler is cheaper, she can properly celebrate with her family this holidays. Mr. President, thank you so much for your ambition for American patients and for the partnership of all of your teams so we get ahead of disease together.
Thank you very much. Very much. Great company.
Mr. President, as the others have said, I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I reflect on your goal of driving affordability and access to Americans, but equally getting prices up outside the United States, and we're 100% supportive of your actions. As many of the colleagues have talked about, I represent Merck, and we also are looking to what we can do on TrumpRx.gov. In addition to bringing in our diabetes drugs, one of the things I just wanted to highlight, we have a novel oral cardiovascular drug, which has an opportunity to meaningfully lower LDL and really still go after what is the leading cause of death in the United States, which is cardiovascular disease, kills 1 million people in the United States annually. And thanks to TrumpRx.com, you will not only be able to get this pill and have an easy-to-take pill, but it'll be easy to get and it'll be affordable. So I appreciate your leadership and look forward to continuing to partner with you. Thank you.
Great company. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my name is Vas Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis. Novartis is a 250-year-old company, and today we're the global leader in bringing advanced technologies to patients in the United States around the world, technologies like radioligand therapies and cell and gene therapies. What I want to highlight to you is we're bringing the manufacturing of these technologies to the United States now. We've committed to build 9 new facilities. 7 of them we already have a groundbreaking for. Dr. Makari was with me in North Carolina. We were opening up 4 new plants. Our plan is to scale manufacturing here and ensure all our critical medicines, including these most advanced technologies, are made here in the United States for U.S. patients.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, thank you, Mr. President. I think you've convened on an extremely important subject and made more progress than perhaps anybody ever thought was frankly possible. For Sanofi, this is another day to reaffirm our commitment to patients, our unwavering support to trying to do the right thing to help patients get better outcomes. Put simply, affordability has been at the heart of that for a very long time. Having concluded this contract with the President and the administration, we find ourselves able, as a joint effort, to go further than we ever thought was possible. And that's kudos to you and for what you have done. Improving affordability and preserving innovation and rewarding innovation is a very difficult balance to take. I think we feel the negotiations and the conversations have had the patient at the center throughout the entire time, as difficult as it may have been on occasions. I think what many can learn from the way this was handled, put simply, is that when you bring industry and you bring government together with the spirit of doing the right thing for patients, it is almost limitless what can be achieved. So on behalf of Sanofi, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, and the team for what has been simply an incredible amount of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, as I watch, these are the greatest business leaders, and they're beyond that. Many are doctors, and they ended up running the biggest businesses in the country. But you've done so much, and you made it a lot easier than we thought it would be. You were just, you understood to do the right thing. And as I was watching, and I know all of them, not personally, a couple of them personally, but I know them all through reading lots of business magazines and other magazines and newspapers. These are highly respected people. And I said to myself, Look at what they've done. They've done something that, and as you said, something that you never thought was possible to get done. Most people thought for the United States to have favored nations where we have the lowest drug price in the world is unthinkable. And I said to myself, you know, we have a thing called the Unaffordable Care Act. It's unaffordable because the insurance companies make so much money, and the insurance companies totally control the Democrats. And I said to myself, standing watching these great leaders, and we have 4 other leaders coming in, Johnson & Johnson and 4 other very big companies, actually, very great companies. They've all agreed, and they'll be coming in next week, and we appreciate them too. But they've agreed to the same thing, lowest price anywhere in the world. I said, you know, I think that the insurance companies, we should have a meeting and we should talk to them. Because I would say that maybe with one talk, they would be willing to cut their prices by 50, 60, or 70%. They've made a fortune. They've had stock prices that have gone up 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and even 18. Think of this. They went up 1,800%. One of them went up numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They had a nice return, not a 2%, an 1,800% return. One went up more than that. Therefore, there's a lot of fat that can be cut. And I'd like to announce here, this is just an idea that I had standing here, watching these great leaders saying that we're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world, something that nobody would have thought possible. And they're going to come out great. But also donating incredible different medications, medications that are world-famous medications that one or another of them make, and donating them in some cases for free or very, very low prices. And I said, you know, I'll bet you if I called a meeting of the insurance companies, the companies that are involved with healthcare costs, I would be willing to bet, I think, that they would reduce their prices very, very substantially. We could have fair health care in the country. Now, my initial thought, and this is what I want to do as of right now, this is the alternative, is that all of the billions and billions, ultimately trillions and trillions of dollars that's paid to these companies, we're going to pay directly to the people. But there's another way of doing it, and that's getting the insurance companies to ease up and to cut their pricing way, way down and stay part of the system. So I'm going to call a meeting. It could be in Florida this coming week, or it could be back in the White House the first week, not the second or third week. I'm going to call a meeting of the big insurance companies that have gotten so rich by receiving money, and really much, far, far more money than they're entitled to. And I have a feeling maybe if they would act like these incredible, brilliant, responsible citizens behind me, people that love our country and they love the world. I mean, frankly, they love, these are international companies for the most part. I'm going to call a meeting of the insurance companies. I'm going to see if they get their price down, to put it very bluntly. And I think that is a very big statement. And what happened here is the biggest statement of all, because nobody thought a thing like this was possible. And I think based on that, I won't even take questions today, because there's no way I can take questions that are anywhere comparable to what you just witnessed. You just witnessed drug prices that will go down at levels never thought even possible, Marty, right? Never thought even possible. And I think that the second biggest part of this meeting is going to be the fact that I'm going to call in the insurance companies that are making so much money, and they have to make less, a lot less. And maybe we can have reasonable health care without having to cut them out and let it all go awry. So we're going to be calling a meeting. It'll be either in Florida or it'll be here the first week. And I'd prefer not talking and asking questions, only for the reason that this is such a big announcement, meaning what these people have said and what the other 4 companies are going to say, which is exactly the same thing, that I really don't want to soil it up by asking questions, even questions that are very fair questions that I'd love to answer. So I think we have to just stop right here. I really appreciate the fact that these companies came here. These, again, you know, a lot of the media is not aware, not really cognizant of the people standing behind me. These are the biggest executives in the world. And what they're doing today is monumental. and I want to stand it on that, and I'll see you later if you'd like, but I don't want to be asking questions having to do with anything else. I do want you to remember what I said about the 4.5%. We took 100% of the new workers was in the private sector, and we've cut tremendous numbers of government jobs, and that's why, if you look at our numbers, they're so good. Also, more than, I don't know if you've read this, came out a week ago, more than 50% of our trade deficit was cut. We cut it more than 50% in a period of a few months. Nobody thought any of these things were possible. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you back your insurance idea, Mr. President.
All right.
Democrats are not going to like this. Democrats, stock market's going to go crazy on Monday. All kinds. I mean, it's only about an hour and a half left or so before the stock market closes tonight. I don't know how you can argue against this. I don't know. I mean, they'll probably try to sue to make the prices not go down. I love what RFK Jr. said. RFK Jr. said, this is what Bernie Sanders has been arguing about for decades. This is what Bernie Sanders wants. So now how do they fight against this? I don't see how. I don't know how they do it. Billions. You just heard some of the biggest companies in the world just come out and said they are spending billions building factories in America. I mean, I stopped counting at like $15 billion. You heard him just talk about the green cards that are now gold cards that you actually have to buy for $1 million or $5 million each, and they raise $1.5 billion just on the gold cards. How can these people even compete with this? This is solely at this point a media-driven scam. The Democrats have nothing, absolutely nothing. Man, it's absolutely nuts. And you know, what's weird is that if that wasn't enough, I want to show you guys something. If that wasn't enough, yesterday you heard a whole bunch of stuff about. Well, maybe you didn't. Let me back up. Maybe you didn't see what RFK Jr. dropped yesterday. How they went right after they decided to take on the whole trans thing. Went right at the jugular for the trans people. And so I want you to see this because it ties in. You know, it's medical. Let's take a look.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to all the officials who are joining us today, and I'm going to acknowledge many of you by name. It's a long list. Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Andrew Ferguson, Senator Bill Cassidy, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Roger Marshall, Senator James Lankford, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, Congressman John Joyce, Congresswoman Diana Harshberger, Congressman Bob Onder, Congressman Robert Aderholt, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, Congressman Tim Walberg, Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill, Administrator Mehmet Oz, Director Jay Bhattacharya, Commissioner Marty McCary, and Admiral Brian Christine. And a special thanks to Chloe Cole for being with us today. To bravely share her odyssey. Doctors assume a solemn obligation to protect children. Yet doctors across the country now provide needless and irreversible sex-rejecting procedures that violate their sacred Hippocratic oath by endangering the very lives that they are sworn to safeguard. The American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, peddled the lie that chemical and surgical sex-rejecting procedures could be good for children who suffer from gender dysphoria. They betrayed the estimated 300,000 American youth ages 13 to 17, conditioned to believe that sex can be changed. They betrayed their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice. We're done with junk science driven by ideological pursuits, not the well-being of children. A peer-reviewed report published by the HHS Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health last month confirms that sex-rejecting procedures impose medical dangers and lasting harm on children who receive these interventions. So today we are taking 6 decisive actions, guided by gold standard science and the week 1 executive order from President Trump to protect children from chemical and surgical mutilation. This morning I signed a declaration: sex-rejecting procedures are neither safe nor effective treatment for children with gender dysphoria. These procedures fail to meet professionally recognized standards of care. Medical professionals or entities providing sex-rejecting procedures to children are out of compliance with these standards of health care. This declaration is a clear directive to providers to follow the science and the overwhelming body of evidence that these procedures hurt, not help, children. Additionally, CMS is proposing 2 new rules. The first rule will bar hospitals that participate in Medicare and Medicaid, which is almost every hospital, from performing these dangerous and harmful procedures. The second rule prohibits the federal Medicaid dollars from funding the sex-rejecting procedures on minors. The FDA is issuing warning letters to 12 manufacturers of breast binders, which are medical devices used for purposes such as assistance in recovery from cancer-related mastectomies. The FDA is telling these companies that the illegal marketing of breast binders to children for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria commits significant regulatory violations and requires swift congressional or corrective action. If the manufacturers don't comply, they could face enforcement actions, including product seizures. Furthermore, HHS is also moving to reverse the Biden administration's attempt to include gender dysphoria within the definition of disability. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, was the primary author of the Americans with Disabilities Act and of the 1978 amendments that strengthened the Rehabilitation Act. The Biden-era amendments that designated gender dysphoria as a disability serve the commercial interest of a predatory, multi-billion-dollar industry that betrayed the original intention of those laws and gendered widespread public resentments against those laws among the American people and discredited the statutes in the public mind. These are statutes that were designed to protect the most vulnerable Americans, and the misuse of these statutes for these purposes injures the statutes themselves and injures other people who are entitled to that protection and who Americans want to see protected. Our proposed rule will reassure recipients of HHS funding that policies preventing or limiting the sex-rejecting procedures do not violate disability non-discrimination requirements. Finally, our Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Brian Christine, today signed a public health message to inform healthcare providers, families, and policymakers that current evidence does not support claims that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries are safe and effective treatments for pediatric gender dysphoria. These announcements are grounded in evidence and shaped by compassion. President Trump has made child protection a national priority. The Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy demonstrates that commitment. Sex-rejecting procedures rob children of their futures. The Maha Commission strategy report calls for an end to over-medicalization of our children. Unnecessary medical interventions drive big money interests that push sex-rejecting treatments. Today's revenue for sex-rejecting drugs and surgeries in 2023 were estimated in one study to exceed $4.4 billion and on track to exceed $7.8 billion by 2030. One doctor was recorded callously describing sex-rejecting procedures as a big moneymaker. Hospitals rake in millions of dollars by convincing boys and girls that a lifetime of off-label prescriptions for estrogen and testosterone blockers, chest reconstruction surgeries, and more are the only way to achieve true happiness and belonging in life. It's wrong. The Trump administration will not stand by while ideology, misinformation, and propaganda push vulnerable young people into decisions they cannot fully understand and that they can never reverse. On my watch, HHS will stand for radical transparency and informed consent. We follow the evidence, we employ gold standard science, we honor the moral obligation to do no harm. There is divine worth in every person, and it shines most brightly in our children. That worth commands us to protect them. And as long as I serve as HHS Secretary, this agency will do so. Thank you all very, very much.
Sorry, I thought I was last. I guess I'm not. Secretary Kennedy, thank you very much. His bold words tonight reflect a deep passion that he's expressed since very early in this administration, and it represents why HHS needs to be in the forefront of issues like this. The white paper that was crafted, it's several hundred pages long, but is actually a superb document, created a foundation for CMS, my agency, Medicare and Medicaid, to take bold action as well to address some of the challenges. But I want to take a second and outline where we are right now. There's an op-ed that Steph Carlton, my chief of staff, was over here somewhere, and I penned that just issued while we've been sitting here, and it highlights some of these issues. But of course, it all came out of the executive order of the president, protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. Simple title, descriptive and accurate in its desire to do just that. And today we will deliver that to the president and to the secretary. Many of you, as you walked through the front portal of this building, the Hubert Humphrey building, saw Senator Humphrey's quote on the side wall. And he speaks about the moral obligation of government to take care of those at the dawn of life, our children. 53% of children in America are in Medicaid or CHIP programs. So we provide insurance to most children, and commercial insurance follow us. But we are in a weird place in America where we have mixed politics and medicine. And do you know what you get when you mix politics and medicine? Politics. There is no medicine left. We witnessed that with bizarre statements, predatory actions, and many other activities that I think have forced children to the tip of the spear where they have brunt the burden of this toxic combination. We've been told that permanently altering bodies of children, and the children are told this as well, will bring them lasting peace. But few have achieved the inner peace promised by these charlatans and the talking heads, the media personalities, the social media posts. All these have created a dishonest narrative. And of course, many of these children are left with the most tragic parts of all the treatments that they've succumbed themselves to. Many physicians as well have been pressured into compliance. The white paper outlines this, with the dangerous progressive ideology that treats children like lab mice. And because often in medical school you're taught to go along to get along, they have not been willing to rear their heads and bravely say what they know to be right, which is that these procedures are wrong. Individuals who question their sexuality are treated by medical professionals on the fast track, that's what it's called, approach to care, resulting in drastic interventions that merely increase the distress they're already suffering from. Under politicized medicine, people suffer long-term consequences. Let me go through the three major categories. Puberty blockers, reduce bone density, alter brain development, which is a real problem when you're 11, 12, 13 years of age, and disrupt sexual function for the rest of your life, oftentimes. Cross-sex hormones cause irreversible changes, including infertility, loss of sexual function, even cardiovascular issues, as well as long-term endocrine problems. And of course, the surgical interventions where you remove healthy organs, despicable and reprehensible as it is, permanently alter appearances and destroy children's lives. So let's talk a moment right now about the big question. This dangerous fast-track approach in invasive treatment, what it really does is slap a Band-Aid on a much deeper pathology, a much deeper problem, the underlying issue of gender dysphoria. It denies patients the opportunity to be seen for who they really are. The doctor can't look them in the eyes and treat them like a child that's confused and lost and needs help. They become an opportunity. They become eventually a victim. Reasonable evidence-based objections that a child's confusion might resolve over time have been ignored, even though it makes common sense, and it turns out from numerous studies now in Europe to be true. Again, we outlined these in the op-ed. And this is not how clinicians respond to the care of other pediatric issues, but it's how we respond to pediatric adolescent mental distress. And the medically honest approach is to at least start slowly, the least invasive possible, psychotherapy, counseling, including family counseling, evaluation of other conditions like ADHD and autism, and of course treatment of the anxiety and depression that so often is included with this diagnosis. There's lots of reasons we're having this problem. Social media is obviously a concern. There's been an explosion of discussions within children's groups about these topics. The surge has also been accompanied by healthcare professionals advocating that there's not going to be any opportunity to push a child to think twice about the decision they might have wandered into mistakenly in a whimsical moment. And 57% increase in suicide rates over the last great data we have, which is from the teens, is also a concern, with teenage children bearing the brunt of this. American taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for ideologically driven experiments on our nation's youth, and hospitals that we deem must meet the minimum quality standards of care and safety should not be conducting these experiments when we know so little about what is happening with our youth. Now the important part. For these reasons, and I can go on, this document, the white paper that Secretary commissioned is over 300 pages long, we're taking major steps at CMS to stop a funding process that has led to irreversible medical interventions with two major actions. The first, we're announcing a notice of proposed rulemaking that ends taxpayer funding of sex-rejecting procedures for children in Medicaid and CHIP, full stop. We don't provide health care to every child, but at 53%, we've got most, and we're not going to let taxpayer money go to hurt these children, and those children will no longer be hurt with this ideology. We know that inflicting these procedures on young people costs them and the Medicaid system countless dollars, not just in medical bills, but also all kinds of downstream issues, while providers reap the rewards. Too many providers inappropriately profit from carrying out these destructive procedures, and I'm just going to go through this grotesque laundry list of prices just so you're on the same page with what Secretary Kennedy started teasing at. According to a 2022 JAMA data, so it's very recent, the typical vaginoplasty, a procedure a child does not need, costs $60,000. Shockingly, a phalloplasty, the creation of a penis, costs on average in America, according to this data, high quality, $150,000 per child. I do believe, with doing some work, that these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra. This is a pathology that has afflicted the medical profession. It is shameful that clinicians have profiteered off this. I do not understand how it could possibly have been tolerated by the leadership of these institutions, but it will no longer be funded. And I can tell you, if they're so diehard desirous of helping children and they don't get paid, the question is, will they do these procedures? And I think we know the answer. The second big thing, that's $250 million over the next decade of savings to the taxpayer, but that's irrelevant to this issue compared to the harm to the next generation, to our future, because kids are always our future. Second, To reinforce the need to protect our children, we are announcing that certified Medicare and Medicaid hospitals, pretty much everyone in the hospital in the country, will no longer be permitted to perform certain sex-rejecting procedures on children. Any hospital that does offer sex-rejecting procedures to vulnerable populations of pediatric-age kids will no longer be able to participate in the Medicare and Medicaid program. We want our hospitals returning to healing, not harming the patients entrusted with their care, or they're going to pay a very steep price. These actions are part of an all-government effort led by President Trump and spearheaded by Secretary Kennedy to protect vulnerable individuals and genuinely make America healthy again. This is not just smart, science-based health policy. It is our moral duty, as Senator Humphrey mentioned 50 years ago. I'm passionate about this issue. My whole team is passionate about this issue. Secretary Kennedy, God bless you for pushing forward on this.
If you're like me right now, you probably feel like you need to go take a shower. I mean, what have they been doing to our children? What exactly have they been doing? I mean, earlier today I posted something, and I wasn't being a smartass whatsoever. I really want to know why this stuff is happening and what exactly the reason is for all of this crap is happening with kids. I posted this earlier. And as facetious as I was also being serious. And I was responding to something that Dick Durbin said. And Dick Durbin said, trans kids just want to live their lives. President Trump shouldn't be weaponizing crucial Medicaid and Medicare funding to make their lives even harder. And my comment was, well, what's a trans kid? And how did this new species just get found in the last couple of years? There was no such thing. And now all of a sudden the Democrats are bending over backwards to make you use your money so somebody somewhere can go get their junk ripped off for $150,000. Make it make sense. Make it make sense at all. Why are they doing this to these kids? What is so important that it requires the Democrats to want to see children maimed and hurt? I don't get it at all. It is beyond the pale. I don't understand it. I guess I never will. Why would you do this? For what purpose would you possibly ever do something like this? Do you want to cull the population so bad that you will do anything at all to stop people from having kids? Do you want to destroy the nucleus of a family so people cannot procreate in the future? You're going to rip off their junk and you're going to scrape the other person's junk so that 10, 15, 20 years later, these people will never be able to experience childbirth or getting a woman pregnant. I'm sorry, the piece of salami between your legs, it's not the same thing. And I'm sorry, the thing that I don't even know what the word he said, but vaginoplasty? They're having to invent words for the Frankensteinian stuff that they're doing to kids. And they expect us all just to sit by and take it. There's nothing else that we're supposed to do other than nod along and then be censored if we even talk about it. If we even wanted to have a real conversation about it, you can't even do it. It's hateful. Well, okay, here's the deal. And the Democrats are going to have to accept it. And what RFK Jr. with Trump's blessing just did and say, you want to have this done? Go for it. We shouldn't be paying $150,000 to have somebody turned into a Mengele type experiment. I feel very strongly about this. I've got 2 granddaughters. I've got a grandson. I would not want them to be told in school, hey, we can fix you. Yeah, it looks like, you look like something on the outside, but we really think we know what you are on the inside. We can just go ahead and fix you. And I think what precipitated RFK Jr. and Donald Trump moving this way is something that happened like at the beginning of the month that caused a lot of news, and you guys probably didn't hear about it. I spoke to Kim Bright from Brightcore about it. We had an interview, but listen to this.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. Today, I'm announcing decisive steps that HHS is taking to defend something that is absolutely fundamental in this country, a parent's right to guide their child's health decisions. That right is not optional, it's not negotiable, and under the Trump administration, it will not be ignored. HHS has launched an investigation into a troubling incident in the Midwest. A school administered a federally funded vaccine to a child without the parent's consent and despite a legally recognized state exemption. When any institution, a school, a doctor's office, a clinic disregards a religious exemption, it doesn't just break trust, it also breaks the law.
So after seeing that, I thought it'd be a great time to talk to Kim Bright from Brightcore. She's the founder of Brightcore. You've had her on many times. She knows all about this kind of stuff. Kim, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I mean, this is crazy, Barry. I mean, they disregarded a religious exemption, which is legally recognized. So these people broke the law. I mean, this is nuts. I mean, the parents are the primary caregivers and the moral and legal decision makers for minors. I hope we still have that in this country. I mean, children can't generally give informed consent. So somebody's got to weigh the benefits, the risks, the values on their behalf. And, you know, the parents are usually best positioned to evaluate what aligns with their child's needs and the family circumstances. So, vaccinating somebody, that's a medical intervention. And people believe that the decision should require consent rather than coercion.
To me, it doesn't seem like it makes any sense at all. As long as a parent has the mental faculties to be making these decisions, I don't think there should be any decision that the school system should be putting in the parent's place. And so you as a parent, what would be your reaction if somebody did that to your child?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know.
I think I do know, but you're exactly right. My wife would go absolutely ballistic. You know, each child and family is different. Should we have exemptions or a way to look at vaccines on a case-by-case basis?
Oh, that's absolutely correct. I mean, there's religious exemptions. I never vaccinated my children. I didn't believe in it because I knew how to take care of my children, help and be healthy and raise them up healthy. There are circumstances, I believe, where children are in an environment where they're not getting fed the right foods. They have very poor health, and maybe that vaccination will help them. So yes, there's different circumstances, and medical decisions aren't all one size fits all. You know, maybe a child has severe allergies to some of the components, or they have complex medical histories. And again, families, they have religious exemptions, and they want to choose alternative methodologies and options. But to have a heavy-handed mandate, Barry, like what they did with the COVID vaccines, that's just going to backfire and have dire health consequences for everybody.
At what point would you accept as a parent that government or big pharma should be involved in decisions about your child's health?
No point. I don't think the government should be involved because we know our children best. Come on. I mean, the same goes for our bodies. I mean, we're adults. We should be able to make our own decisions on how to take care of ourselves. Unless, again, going back to what you said earlier, if you are mentally incapacitated, okay. All right, there's a reason. But as adults that are fairly sane, I think we should be able to have our own decisions. And the problem is that so much of what we're being told to do health-wise, it's being controlled by big pharma interests.
I understand from a mental incapacitation perspective that government may have, or some sort of municipality may have, an interest in a child's well-being. But should big pharma ever be allowed to step in on behalf of a child's interest?
Absolutely not. Verboten. Never.
I don't understand why people on the left are somewhat like that. They think that Big Pharma has the answer. I mean, look what's happening in Rhode Island right now. We have two Democrats attacking each other over claims of profiting over the opioid crisis. So Fox, the Democratic rival, is accused of making tens of millions of dollars from this epidemic. How can we trust government if they're profiting, actually putting money in their pocket from people dying?
Well, I don't think this is a new story, Barry. I think this has been going on for a long time. We're just, we're getting more transparent, thank goodness. I think because of President Trump, he's so transparent. So things are coming out, but you know, the incumbent Rhode Island governor, Dan McKee, he's continuing to attack the 2026 Democrat rival Helen Fowlkes, who, by the way, is former U.S. Senator Chris Dodd's niece. And that's for her personal and professional ties to the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, did you know that Fowlkes was a former CVS executive and president, and that CVS is Rhode Island's biggest employer? I mean, McKee's latest attack against her and Dodd relies primarily on reporting by Go Local Prov, which claims to have been investigating the opioid crisis since 2017. And the headlines are very damning. I mean, a story from January 21st, 25 declares, investigation, Fowlkes made tens of millions at CVS while she rode profits from the opioid epidemic. I mean, this is criminal. I mean, how evil are these demon rats? Yeah. I mean, when in their own primaries, they're arguing about profiting over the opioid crisis that killed so many people. I mean, do you really think these pharmaceutical companies have your best interest at heart? I don't think so. I think you should be very wary about what pharmaceuticals you're being told to put into your body.
We're gonna have to bring you on maybe in January to talk about the whole fentanyl thing, but it's not just illegal drugs. You know, I've got a cold right now myself as I'm talking to you. I don't like to put anything foreign into my body whatsoever, except for supplements and of course kimchi. But my body doesn't respond well to any sort of medicines. In fact, I get loopy. Sometimes I get tired. I prefer to let my own body work through it. I've been around for 65 years, so I think it's been able to do it pretty successfully. But tell me what's been going on with prescription drugs. I saw this study saying that prescription drugs are the third leading cause of death. That can't be real, is it?
No, it's real. I mean, that's right, Barry. I mean, after heart disease and cancer, the third leading cause of death in the United States is prescription drug use. And it's not because of overdoses or acute complications. Taking these drugs are shortening our lifespan in a variety of ways. And there are preventative ways to avoid chronic diseases before you're forced to take prescription drugs that act as a Band-Aid. They only alter symptoms. They don't address the cause. I mean, we need to stay hydrated. That helps tremendously that people when they get sick. Regular exercise and movement and what you eat in your nutritional regime. And Barry, I have to tell you, it's natural to get a cold, you know, in the spring and the fall when the seasons are changing, because that's our, you know, God's way of allowing our body to rest and clean out the excess from that season. So when you take pharmaceutical drugs, all you're doing is stuffing it back down in and not allowing the body to cleanse itself.
It's so funny you say that because I could usually set the calendar by when I get a cold. It usually comes like the first week of January, and even Robin says, she goes, "It's coming, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's coming," but it came like 2 weeks early. But it's like calendars. Just every single January or so, I get sick, and it used to be different when I lived in Connecticut. Now living in South Florida, it's different because we don't really have a big seasonal change, but our seasonal change down here, it goes from 80 to like 60 in a couple of nights, and you often can feel it different in your body. Now, you mentioned a term, and nobody ever really defines this. Before I ask you this question, I want to ask you to basically set the record here. What exactly is a chronic disease?
A chronic disease is something that is continuing on. An acute disease happens for a short period of time. So when you have chronic disease, it's a lingering thing in your body. And chronic disease usually spirals down into something worse, like cancer, heart disease, diabetes, things like this, when you're having chronic, colds all the time, or you can have a lot of different chronic diseases, but they will ultimately turn into much more severe things in our body because the body's so out of balance.
Okay, so besides drugs and pharmaceuticals, what else can we be doing to prevent those kind of chronic diseases?
Well, you can, like I said, watch what you're eating. I mean, think about this. Guess when people really start getting sick in the United States? It usually starts right around Halloween and goes all the way through into January. What changes? Everybody's all of a sudden consuming all this sugar, all these fast foods because they don't have time to do other things and cook, and they're consuming ultra processed foods. They're eating a lot of baked goods and things like that. So don't do that, and stay hydrated, move, exercise, get enough rest. Rest is so important.
It's funny you mentioned that something I had to learn. I wasn't this way all my life, sitting in front of a camera for 3, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and I started noticing I was getting some edema. And I went to the doctor and like, no, you're fine. All your blood works and everything. I'm like, well, why is my foot getting puffy? Sometimes. And they started talking to me and they said, well, what do you do? Are you sedentary? And I'm like, no. And I told them what I did. I'm like, well, that's it. You just can't sit for 6 hours at a time. And also, what you just said, they told me to hydrate. And I thought hydrate meant, 8 glasses of water per day, as that was the thing we were always told as kids. And they're like, not for your size. You're probably going to have to, actually double that. And so I sit with a gallon jug and basically go through that during a day when I'm doing a show, because I thought putting too much fluid in your body would cause edema, not realizing that putting more fluid was actually a cure for the edema. It actually helps you flush more. So you're exactly right. Sorry for going out about like that, but when you talk to me, it's so funny. Like I've told people many times, I listen to what people say, and your advice has helped me personally. And I just want to stop and say that. So let me get back to what we were talking about. So do you think that's why RFK Jr. has put such an emphasis on doctors learning about nutrition in medical school, which I find this interesting. I didn't know that doctors didn't look into nutrition, that their only focus was medicine. So I find it odd. Is that not something that's been happening, that doctors haven't had a focus on nutrition?
Well, it's totally true. When I used to go around and lecture to doctors and nurses in the 80s, they none of them had any nutrition background. And so they were quite astonished to hear the things that I was saying and teaching them. But the whole thing here is the whole medical schooling changed when the Rockefellers stepped in the 30s. And because the Rockefellers, what did they do? Petroleum. What are drugs based in? Petroleum. So they started teaching the doctors how to write prescriptions. Somebody comes in, they say, I got this thing in my thingamajiggy. Okay, here you go. This is a prescription for you. They don't get at the cause of it. They address the symptoms. And that's what they taught the doctors. And the doctors have been learning that ever since the 30s. So now I am so glad that JFK is putting the emphasis on this. And he's telling them, you better start teaching nutrition in the colleges. He's got that leverage of the federal funding that he can pull if he wants to. Because here's the ultimate thing. Big Pharma is there to keep you sick. Big Pharma wants you sick because they can't make their billions, Barry, if you're well. Nutrition won't make them money. Nutrition won't make the doctors money. So they've got to continue to push drugs in order to make a profit. And if too many people learn how to prevent sickness, chronic disease, and aging, the companies will go broke. Okay? And there's so many things that you can consume that will make a difference in not only your longevity, but your overall quality of life. And I want to talk about one of the most important ones today that many people have no idea about the vast benefits of, which is collagen.
What is collagen and why is it so important? I mean, you see the commercials on television and you go in through the vitamin aisle in the stores. Not a lot of people know what collagen even is.
Well, collagen is the glue that holds our body together. It's also the scaffolding that holds our body up. And it makes up about 70 to 80% of the skin, dry weight, about 60% of our cartilage, 90 to 95% of our bones. Most people think, oh, I got to have calcium for my bones. No, you need collagen for your bones. Yes, you need a little calcium there too, but the collagen is 90 to 95% of your bones. And collagen provides the structure, it provides elasticity, and it provides the strength in the structure. And Barry, we start losing our ability to produce collagen around age 25. And we continue to lose more and more as we age. It literally falls off a cliff, especially with women after menopause. And collagen is not replenished unless we're going to supplement it. And even if you drink bone broth every day, you're not getting all 5 types that your body needs.
So I'm a boomer. I take full pride in being a boomer. I earned boomer status. How would I know if I'm someone who needs a supplement for collagen?
Well, I'm a boomer too, and I'm older than you are, okay? So, everybody needs this if you're over the age of 20. Like I said, because it starts to diminish at age 25. And if you've been out in the sun a lot or you drank a lot of alcohol when you're a young kid, you need to take it even earlier. So as our natural production of collagen slows, here's what happens. We start getting wrinkles. We have more aches and pains. We have problems with our bones and joints. We become less mobile. Our hair starts to thin. It starts to fall out. Our nails become brittle and break easily. And essentially our body's falling apart.
So, in looking at that, those kind of things people should start recognizing as the early signs as to when they may need to start taking collagen. I understand that you have a graph that shows that, with your knees and bones and cardiovascular, what should people be looking at to determine if they should be taking it?
Well, first of all, there's so many people out there, even young people, are now dealing with joint pain, creaky joints, joint mobility issues. And, there's a study out there that showed that when patients with knee osteoarthritis supplemented with collagen for 12 weeks, they showed significant improvements in pain, in their pain intensity. And it doesn't just benefit your joints, it's going to impact your bones and your muscles as well.
Wow. So I know you've talked with us, we've had probably 5 or 6 different interviews about how our health on the inside is reflected on the outside. You always talk about the gut health when we talk about kimchi. Does that also apply with collagen?
Oh, very much so. I mean, if you start taking collagen, you're going to notice so many different things. You're going to notice that your skin is different. You're going to notice the elasticity of your skin. Your wrinkles, your fine lines and wrinkles are going to go away. You're helping it because, again, collagen makes up 70 to 80% of our skin. And the hydration of our skin, which helps slow the aging of your skin tissues. Your hair is going to grow faster, thicker, healthier. Your nails are going to grow stronger and grow faster. And again, when you make your body healthy on the inside, it is reflected on the outside. And the reason that I named this company Brightcore is I want people to have a bright, strong core. Our bones are our core. All these things contribute to our core. So our philosophy at Brightcore is we need to strengthen anything that has to do with our core. And
I want to ask you real quick if you could, because a lot of people don't know, unless you've been exercising and understand. Everyone knows what their gut is. Can you explain to people, when you say core, what exactly are you referring to?
I'm referring to the core of your body, whether it's the gut, whether it is the whole digestive system, which starts in our mouth and goes all the way, whether it's your bones, we start to lose bone density. There's so many studies out there that show the collagen peptide supplementation improves bone mineral density. And as we're aging, we're losing that. And so we're becoming weak in our bones. And so our muscles are becoming weaker when we age. And collagen plays a role in that. All these variables are so important so we don't have fractures when we get older and we can manage osteoporosis. So when we're talking about core supplementation with natural, supplementations like collagen that were there in our body originally, it also helps us prevent this happening, and it also speeds up recovery from injuries and surgeries, and it actually enhances wound healing. So when you're paying attention to your core, all these things can be happening.
For everybody watching, and they may not be familiar, can you tell us about the Brightcore collagen supplement called Revive?
Yes, it's the premium collagen out there. We were one of the very first people that brought this out. And it includes everything that you need to rebuild the collagen in your body. And it's available in powder and capsule form. There's 5 types of collagen. Collagen 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10. Collagen type 1 is for your skin elasticity and anti-aging benefits. Type 2 is for your joint cushioning and mobility. Type 3 supports your firm and youthful skin. And type 5 is hair and nail strength, and type 10 is for bone and cartilage health. And we also add in a substance that's very expensive. It's called hyaluronic acid. That is for joint and skin lubrication. Now, hyaluronic acid can pull in and hold up to 1,000 times its weight in water. So you can imagine how much it hydrates, our joints and our skin. And it's such a vital component of our Revive formula because collagen just does not function the same without it. And then we put biotin in, which is a B vitamin that's known to really support hair and nails. And vitamin C, collagen doesn't work without vitamin C. It actually helps increase absorption of the collagen and helps in our natural production. And we hydrolyze our collagen peptides. We make that easier for your body to absorb and now utilize that collagen, because when the collagen is not broken down into the smaller peptides, your body can't utilize it right. And this is an expensive thing to do, but we do it.
So I guess those are I'm not even going to try to say the name of that acid that you said, but adding the acid, the vitamin B, the C, are those the things that separate collagen that they see in the supermarket versus the collagen that in Revive with Brightcore?
Well, here's the thing. There's so many different collagen supplements. They've all jumped on the bandwagon now in the market. So it's important to concentrate on quality. And we use superior ingredients in our Revive. And I can't guarantee that any supermarket or any collagen anywhere else is as good as ours, because we are sourcing, not from overseas, we are sourcing here in the United States. We're sourcing from grass-fed bovine, free-range chickens, wild-caught Atlantic cod, and organic eggshell membrane. And we're using all 5 different types of collagens. A lot of your collagens only have 1 or 2 or 3 collagens. And we're not using binders or fillers. Every single batch we have third-party tested. So you know that you're not going to have heavy metals in this collagen, which I can tell you there are a tremendous amount of other collagens out there that contain heavy metals, and they're cheaper, of course. Now, this is 100% made in the USA, non-GMO, gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free, and soy-free.
Wow. So what have your customers at Brightcore experienced while taking the Revive? But I'm going to answer that before you even answer it, because I know one of your customers very intimately. That's my wife, Robin. It's so funny. As she's aged, like you said, her skin has gotten thinner. And we've got 2 little dogs, and one of them's a little Maltese that just likes to run up and everything. And she was noticing that the dog she would get scars, and things her skin would break because of the dog playing. Since she's been taking Revive, that's one of the things she's noticed has reduced. I mean, it's a side benefit. You talked about hair, nails, and wrinkles, but I can tell you firsthand, her skin has gotten better and more resilient to that kind of thing. So what have your other customers experienced when taking Revive?
I am so happy to hear that. But that, believe me, we hear that a lot, especially in older people, 50 and above, because their skin gets so thin that it literally breaks. And if they bump it, it bruises, and that's not going on anymore. And people that have had severe joint pain, they're able to do things now, Barry, all the things they were doing 20, 30 years ago without the pain. They have the mobility. And then when people go to the doctor and they find out their osteoporosis is stabilized, and people tell us that their family and friends that haven't seen them for a while, they're noticing a difference in the way they look in their skin. They're looking younger, and they're like, what are you doing? You look amazing.
I like I said, I can attest to it. I always like to tell people when I'm getting a benefit from something, or if Robin's getting a benefit for something, and it's absolutely true. So with that, in closing, you have a special offer today for the Fanfare family.
Most definitely. I mean, they can go to mybrightcore.com/Barry and get 25% off using the code Barry. Or you can call us at 888-418-6738 for up to 50% off. Plus, we're going to put free shipping in. And I really like people to call in so we can talk to you, make sure this is the right product for you. You understand it. You understand how to use it. And also, guess what? We are going to give the first 100 callers this wonderful collagen sheet mask with their order. It is so beautiful. You use it for 20 minutes and you relax and you take it off and your skin is just gorgeous. So call now, 888-418-6738, and get that up to 50% off, free shipping, and the free collagen mask.
That's awesome, Kim. Let me just tell you, from Robin and I, it's been a great year talking to you and working with Brightcore and your whole team. And I just want to personally say, Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas back, and thank you for having us. And I hope we're helping a lot of people in your audience with their health. And I know we've helped you and Robin, and that brings me so much joy. So God bless you all, and Merry Christmas.
I should take a snapshot. It's hard sometimes because I'm talking, but when I mention you and we talk about Kimchi and we talk about Brightcore, I see so many people in the comments who will come in, oh, it's worked for me, it's fantastic. And I'm like, I wish more people could see that stuff in the comments. I got to find a way to get those on screen so people know exactly that it is indeed working. So thank you. Have a great holiday season, and we'll talk to you in the new year.
Yes, definitely.
If you'd like to join our private group on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join 18,000 fellow patriots. It's a safe space for patriots as it's curated and moderated. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/group. One more thing, if you'd like to be a part of the show, submit a 60-second video by going to fanfareshop.org/submit video. Last, but certainly not least, if you'd like to request a free Bible, please go to fanfareshop.org/Bible. We have a long list, but we're getting them out as soon as we can. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/Bible. Thanks for being a part of the Fanfare family. Now back to the show.
So before we go, I want to share something with you. I was doing the libtard zone, and I've got a bunch of more clips. I'll show them tonight before the rally, but I don't want you to go before you see this one. This one's kind of crazy because it's so typical of the insanity of the liberal media. Watch this.
Quote, I'm seriously concerned about the health of the president, and adding, no one should be happy to see the president like this. He looks unwell. And Dr. Reiner joins us now. He's a professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University.
Duh, I forgot to turn the mic on my butt. All right, so what I was saying was, is that I got to show you this piece. This piece here is a part of libtard zone mania. These people are absolutely nuts. I'm going to have to rewind it so you can see the beginning of this because I think this is pretty funny.
He looks unwell. And Dr. Reiner joins us now. He's a professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University and a CNN.
All right, so what I was saying before I forgot to turn my microphone on is CNN brings on this doctor, supposedly, organic, that he decided to come on because he saw the speech that President Trump said on the 17th, and he felt really bad because it looked, as a doctor, I could see something is really wrong with President Trump. So President Trump is sick. There's something wrong. So this is supposed to be organic, right? Like this guy just happened to see it, and he just happens to be a doctor, and he shows up with his lab coat to be, as I said, in that color revolution, if you were here at the beginning, he's the authority. He knows more than you. He's a doctor with a lab coat, with a Twitter account. So Jake Tapper brings him on the show.
Medical analyst, Dr. Reiner, what specifically was it about President Trump that you found so concerning watching him last night, especially in the context of, he gives outrageous speeches and has been for years?
Okay, so that wasn't leading question. If he was in court, they would have to throw that out. But Jake Tapper says, he's been making crazy, outrageous speeches. That's not news, Jake. That's your opinion. Once they inject this stuff so smoothly because it brainwashes people. He's been giving outrageous. Who says they're outrageous? Oh, that's right, you do. That's not news. That's an opinion. That's why you're getting your asses sued off. But then let's listen to what, the good doctor has to say.
Well, it wasn't the content. I thought the content was just standard fare that we've become accustomed to. But it was the way it was delivered. It was delivered in with a manic cadence, almost a frantic cadence.
I wonder if he's going to come back on and talk about him talking today. Could there have been a reason why he was going fast during the speech? Could there have been another reason, like maybe he didn't want the fake news to turn it off, that there was an intent? Before you self-diagnose him here and say, he's sick. There's something wrong with him.
It was as if you felt like you were listening to a podcast on 2X. And that kind of manic delivery was very, very disturbing, very pressurized speech. And as the address went on, the cadence of his remarks became quicker. And we've never seen the president like that. He seemed almost frantic, and it was disturbing to watch.
This is what they consider content. This is what they consider telling the American people what a doctor sees in President Trump. And if you mention Biden right now, I'm going to tell you, pump your brakes, got something to show you. I know some of you guys are probably thinking right now, does this guy have any idea what the other president did? Does this guy have any idea? Did he diagnose him? Did he diagnose Joe Biden when Biden, what'd he say? The thing. No diagnosis there?
It's disturbing because he's the commander-in-chief. He's not just the head of the government. He's the commander-in-chief of the greatest armed forces this world has ever seen. And it was disturbing to see him in such a almost uncontrolled cadence.
So you call his...
Should this guy have a medical license? I'm just saying. Is there nobody in the American Medical Association that can give this guy a call and say, we're just going to have to pull it? You were trying to diagnose somebody based upon a speech they're giving in the news. That's your diagnosis. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. But yet, I would still have to wonder. I'd have to go back into the archives and see if he ever diagnosed Joe Biden. I mean, wouldn't you think he could be able to compare? Okay, this guy here. And Biden was easy to see. He was throwing up on himself on stage. But I wonder what he had to say, if he had anything to say about Biden.
Cadence, manic and uncontrolled. And then earlier today, and this is not the first time this has happened, the president appeared to be struggling to keep his eyes open during...
I only point this out because this is what liberals hear and see. He struggles to keep his eyes open. When I'm in church, sometimes I sit there and listen to the music and close my eyes. I'm thinking about what I'm hearing. I'm digesting it. I don't have to look at the people singing. I don't have to look sometimes to the pastor and the message he's given. How many times has your wife, tapped you? Are you sleeping? Nope. Just listening. Maybe I'm the only one, but Robin's always popping me. Are you sleeping? No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just listening. I'm taking it in. Must be something wrong with me for me to close my eyes as somebody's talking, as somebody's saying something. Oh, maybe I'm concentrating. Maybe that's what it is. But instead, you bring this doctor on who's never so much as been in the room with President Trump, and you're trying to portray as something's wrong. He's closing his eyes. He's got narcolepsy. He's not all there. He's sick.
During a public White House event in the Oval Office earlier today, we're showing the video right now. I don't know if that worries you. What's your take on that? What is that?
Obviously, he wasn't sleeping, and you should talk to your producer because he just sat up. You know, I've never known anybody to sleep without their head bobbing or something like that. Think about it. He's a grown man. He's 6'2", 6'3". If he was sleeping, you'd know he was sleeping. And then he just his head rose. It rose up. You got the wrong cut, Jake. Your producers did you in.
So he's done this several times now in the last few weeks. He's fallen asleep in a crowded Oval Office.
Notice what the good authoritative doctor just said. Jake Tapper said it appeared to fall asleep. The doctor interjected and said he did fall asleep. I'm giving you a medical diagnosis called sleep. He was asleep. I can tell you because I went to med school, he was asleep. Okay.
And he's also fallen asleep at cabinet meetings with people talking directly to him. And that's what's called increased daytime somnolence. And there are a lot of things that can do that. Sometimes people with sleep apnea, people who wake up many times during the night and don't get restorative sleep, have that.
So as he's talking, what he's doing is imparting something to the people watching who don't know any better, that now notice he said some people, but the people watching hear Trump. They're hearing him talk. They're seeing Trump on screen. And he's saying, some people have sleep apnea or they lack restorative sleep, but they're putting it together because the picture you're showing on screen, it's him. And so you'll see people on Twitter saying, oh, Trump fell asleep. I bet he has sleep apnea. I'm pretty sure he's got sleep apnea. Who told you that? The good doctor on CNN. The one who doesn't know him and has never been a part of anything to do with President Trump.
That's treated typically with CPAP mask. We've never been told the president has sleep apnea. But it's jarring to see the president go from basically asleep in the Oval Office to, really this rapid fire pace, during basically a 30-minute speech that he gave in 18 minutes.
I'm sorry. I was listening to what he was saying. I was pausing because I cannot believe that a doctor would put on a lab coat and go into a television interview and say that I've been seeing some stuff that doesn't, make any sense. But with the internet is forever. The internet, you can find anything. This was the good doctor on the same network in 2023.
Anything about this warrant the questions that, of course, we're seeing predictably in some quarters about his fitness for office?
No, not at all. Look, people have sort of this mistaken opinion that the president is like an astronaut and we're spinning them around in centrifuges to prove their fitness. But what we really ask for is mental sharpness and
He's talking about Joe. No, nothing. It's perfect. Looks great. He's full of brim and vigor. He's fantastic. You guys think, he's an astronaut or something. He's fine. 100% fine. Same dude in 2023 was trying to convince everybody that Biden who a couple times on television fell down and fell up all over the place, fell off a bike. He's fine. The guy that is running around the country and doing press conferences and rallies and all kinds of meetings and cabinet, that guy is the one with the problem. Not Biden. Biden was fit. He was on it. Same doctor, same dude.
Ability to carry out the duties of his office. And I think the president has shown that. But the president is 80, and 80-year-old people fall.
I didn't make it up. You guys had to see that. I wanted to close with that because, oh no, I do have one other thing. No, I'll save that for later. Oh my goodness. I mean, we already been here 3.5 hours. I just can't with these people. I can't. And I know some of you have seen this stuff and you understand, but the reason why I think we need to have this war chest of information is because there are so many idiots that watch CNN and MSNBC and don't know they're being completely gaslit. They don't even know what gaslighting is. They don't even understand propaganda. They don't get it. And so I feel it's incumbent upon us to be able to have the armament of saying to somebody, hey, I heard Trump falls asleep at meetings and doesn't look good. Let me guess, you heard it from this guy on CNN, right? The guy who said Biden is completely fine. The guy who watched Biden basically run around with a drool cup. That guy was fine. This guy who's all over the place, something wrong. There's something really wrong. I can't with these people. The AMA should be calling this dude and hey, can we get your license? Because you ain't gonna need it. We're going to have to delete it for you. All right. So just to let you know, tonight is the big rally. The rally is tonight. I think they said Trump will hit the stage. Imagine, hold on. Let me just go back. Imagine President Trump just did an hour-long introductory medical information, I won't say press conference, but announcement. All those business people were there. People in his cabinet were there. He had to get done, probably have some dinner or something. Then he's off to the helicopter and then off to Air Force One and then flying to North Carolina and doing a rally tonight. But we're supposed to believe he's not doing well. I can't wait to see it tonight. I'm excited to see it. I want you guys to tune in. I will go live at about 8 o'clock, and I'll be giving away some hats. We'll be giving away some hats tonight, all right? So just tune in if you want a hat. We'll give away some hats. It's going to be a fun night. If you've never seen a Trump rally, you're in for a treat. And obviously, it's going to be indoors because it's probably too cold in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, to hold any kind of rally outside. So I'm not sure how big this venue is. I don't know how many people can fit, but it'll be packed. It'll be packed, and I'm sure there'll be some music, which I'll have to show, but they'll try and shut me down for it. But we're gonna go all in tonight. So let me go ahead and do super chats so we can get you guys out of here and get me out of here. All right, Cutting Ed says California is gonna get a big one. Gavin, come on here. Hello, Mr. Pekovsky, swamp alive and well. Lloyd, can't afford it was my last name until I was in the 3rd grade. The parents keep saying it. Yeah, you can't afford it. Cutting Edge again. In my first job in my country, I barely earned enough to buy my first cell phone at the age of 17. 17. All that with a salary of $35 a week, and it was worth it. I felt proud of myself, as you should have. Smitty, TKO, Trump Kennedy O'Reilly Center. That would be funny. Heather Rodriguez, Ilhan Omar was elected into Congress in 2018. I find that to be quite interesting. They got to deport her. Nikki, Trump is making sure that Democrats have absolutely nothing to run on in 2025. The best they will be able to do is Orange Man bad. That's it. That is it. Gas prices down, oil down, silver, gold up, grocery prices down. trans craziness eliminated, border closed. What's your counter argument? Well, yeah, we're not getting the free stuff for the illegals. Yeah, okay. Jen says they are neutering the population. That's the plan. Start early. They're starting early. Kung Fu. Great job, HHS. Now stop maids in New York. Got to look up that. Chris, Barry, my wife and I are sending you a little something in the mail for you and Robin. I'm sure you will love it. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you. I don't even know what it is, but thank you. And you don't have to do that, but thank you. Sherry, hey Barry, tuned in late because I flew into Boca today to visit for family for the weekend. It's so lovely here. Heading back to Indy on Sunday, and I'll be rewinding to watch this one again. Just had to give you a wave. Well, if you flew into Boca, we know what you got. You got rocks. She flew into Boca Internet, the private airport. Yeah, you go, girl. You go. Love that. Cutting edge. Oh, God, help us to eliminate the socialism, the communism, the Islamism out of this country forever. Yeah, that's what they really want. God bless America. KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre, said Joe ran circles around her. She left out that she was on his knees crawling backwards. Oh, my God. And Lisa, I missed the second name drawing for fishing trip. The second name, I think I sent it to Ashley. Hold on a second. I don't know if she's gotten a hold of that person. 1 second. I will get the name for you because I did send it to her. Hold on. The second winner name was Stephen Calderman. Stephen Calderman is in Mount Carmel, Illinois. That's where Stephen is from, and he shall be getting a email or call from Ashley very soon, or you can reach out yourself, Stephen, but you are the winner. It'd be nice to come down to South Florida, away from, the Chicago area. I bet it's cold as hell up there. I bet it's very cold. All right, so 8 o'clock tonight, we're going to watch the rally and rally around the family. You guys are all invited. Tell your friends. Hopefully it'll be fun. We'll give some hats away. What else? We'll figure out something else. All right, talk to you guys soon.
Noel, the angels did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in a fields where they lay, keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Israel. some stillness lay to hear the angels sing. Still through the cloven skies they come with peaceful wings unfurled. earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Lay